Good morning.
Morning.
I'm trying to get the attention of the commission so that we test the system. I don't know if they can hear me.
In the audio.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chairperson. Can you hear us?
Good morning. I can hear you from my side.
No, thank you so much, Chief. We can also hear you. Good morning. How are you?
No, I'm good. And how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. And then in terms of the presentation, who will be flighting it?
I've got notes and I'll do the opening. And then we have the CEO and CFO here who will be writing what we've
Yeah, but I
said.
mean, who will project it so that, I can assign the person now.
Okay, Tommy will do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, can you try sharing the presentation now? Yes.
Good morning. Are you able to see the presentation?
We are muted.
Just ask again, Chair.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, colleagues. Have you received, can you see our presentation?
Yes, Chairperson, I can see it.
Thank you so much.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues. And welcome to today's Portfolio Committee meeting. Today we'll be dealing with a briefing from the South African Human Rights Commission on the annual report, performance and spending for Q1, Q2 of 2024-2025 financial year. We'll also get the forward funding proposals towards the medium-term expenditure framework for 2025. Colleagues, you are all welcome. Members, Chairperson Nissen and your delegation, you are also welcome. All of you, judging from the video there, it looks like you stand ready to proceed. But what we'll do now, we'll check with the committee secretary. Do we have any apologies from members?
Good morning, Chair. We still have the two apologies from Mr. Swart and me and Advocate Bredenbach. And then Ms. Dana indicated that she'll join us late. I think she's got another meeting that she'll go to first.
Okay, then. Thank you. I think those apologies are well noted. Chairperson Nissen, welcome, and your team. You are going to first introduce the delegation from the South African Human Rights Commission. Then you'll delegate to lead the presentation. I'm sure you're going to introduce the presentation. And then you give the person who will be leading the actual presentation. But I think because this is our first meeting with the commission, so it's important that as a new committee as well, we're able to familiarize ourselves with those who are part of the commission, commissioners that are here, and the executives that are here. Chairperson, are you there?
Chairperson, yes, we are here, and thank you for your invitation for us to appear before you as the committee, and knowing that I first want to congratulate you. And
Chair, there's an echo on your back. I don't know what might be the cause for that. There's an echo that makes it difficult for members to hear you clearly.
Chairperson, can you hear me now?
No, Chair, come sit here.
Yeah, I think that's much better.
Okay.
Yes, you can come this side if a proper mic is on the other side. You are too far as well.
No, Chairperson, can you see me now? Can you hear me now better?
We can see you clearly with that fresh suit.
I put on a tie especially for the committee, Chair. You know, I don't wear ties. So I thought, and I want to sit far from you, so now you've drawn me closer.
Okay, then you can proceed, Chair.
Yeah, Chairperson, Honorable Chair, as I said, may we take from the Commission side just to congratulate you as part of the new administration, and thank you for inviting us and that we appear before you in order to present to you our annual report. I have with me, we are here together as a commission, and I'd like the commissioners to introduce themselves. Honorable Chair, if it's okay with you. To the committee, new members, my name is Chris Nissen. I'm a commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission. And may I ask the others to continue?
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Commissioner Tsepo Badlingozi. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Pilile Nduli. I'm also a commissioner. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Miss Nduli from KZN.
Indeed.
Yeah, okay. No, your problems do not end. Okay, no, that's fine. We can proceed.
They never end, Chair.
Okay, we can proceed.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a Commissioner with the Human Rights Commission.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Aseza. Name is Kungubele, a Commissioner as well.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. I'm Advocate Sandra Makwasha. I'm a Commissioner at the Human Rights Commission as well.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Nomahuli Pinana, a Commissioner at the Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Chairperson, we are also joined by the Secretariat, and may I invite them to introduce themselves, both those the Secretariat and the support staff that are with us.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the committee. My name is Advocate Crystal Pillay. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the Commission, but currently acting as CEO as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as Commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission. My name is Taripan Kubana. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Commission. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Lengiwe Kumalo. I'm the Executive PA to the Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Tammy Manamena. I'm also an executive assistant to commissioners.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I just make a few introductory remarks and then I will hand over to the acting CEO. Is that in order with you, Chairperson and honorable members?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I start off by thanking the commissioners that were part for the last 7 years, the Chairperson, Advocate Professor Majola, and also we've lost a stalwart during that time, the Deputy Chair, Commissioner Jana. We lost the midway during our time, especially when it was very difficult in the COVID time. But Commissioners Sibanyone, Malatsi, Makwetla, Gaum, and also lately Commissioner Deputy Chair Chauhan. So I'd like to, on behalf of this new cohort of commissioners, just thank them for the work that they've done in the last few years within the Commission. And as we present this annual report, going through the activities of 2023-2024, the CEO, acting CEO and CFO will take us through that report. But Honourable Chair, it's really for us indeed a privilege to appear before you as commissioners to present the South African Human Rights Commission. This is the first appearance before the Portfolio Committee of the new cohort of commissioners who were appointed in December 2024. It is also my first appearance as chairperson of the commission. On behalf of the commission, I'll take this opportunity to, as I said, that the secretariat will take us through. But last year we made a commitment to the commission, to the portfolio committee, in the sense that we wanted to look at a few areas. One is strengthening the governance system. Two is fast-tracking the commission's hearings and inquiries, and bring a balance between rapid response, visibility, and the complaints handling procedure, and then spotlighting on pro-human rights budgeting. I highlight these priority areas given that some of the honourable members of the committee may be new. These priority areas informs our agenda. Since the onboarding of the new commissioners, we have been providing strategic leadership and guidance. At the beginning of the year, we took a collective decision to further strengthen governance and our leadership role by allocating commissioners to various provinces in order to have visibility and accessibility. Not only is this strategic decision intended to improve governance, but it ensures that as an institution, we operate as one commission with a single strategic plan, and we're all working together as commissioners and the secretariat towards a common goal, which is to advance the development of our people through protection, promoting, and monitoring rights in the Republic of South Africa. commissioners have made valuable contributions to improving our governance as an institution. Through the Quarterly Commission's strategic oversight meeting, we've been able to alert the Secretariat of possible risks which may hinder our performance, as well as keeping close monitoring of our institutional performance. With regard to human rights budgeting, this was one of the commissions whether the commission identified as a priority area for the 2020 to 2025 revised strategic plan. In the current financial year, commissioners decided that this be one of the focus areas of the commission. We recently held our strategic planning session, and based on trends observed, it was identified as one of the emerging themes. As the commission, we've acknowledged that the government pro-human rights budgeting is critical in ensuring that we bridge the inequality gap and improve access to basic services for our people. The first 10 months in our office, Chairperson, as commissioners, we've been intentional in our stabilizing the institution, increasing the visibility, efficiency, and impact of the commission. At the joint strategic planning session last week, where we were planning for the 5 years, 2025 to 2030, we made an undertaking to have in place a rapid response protocol for the institution. This will assist us, honorable members and chairperson, to improve how we respond to human rights violations which occur in real time in situations of emergencies and not catered for in our operational plan. Chairperson, honorable members, honorable chairperson, we do have two challenges that we are being faced with. You will recall, chairperson, that recently that we filed papers in the Constitutional Court to challenge, to appeal the decision of the Supreme Court of Appeal relating to the binding nature of our directives. We raised constitutional issues to ensure that the directives and the recommendations of the Commission are diligently implemented. The constitutional issues also raise budgetary concerns for us, Chairperson, as we're not able to approach a court of law for the court to approve our findings and directives in every instance when the Commission makes a finding of human rights violation. We cannot stress enough how such a position would compromise the already strained resources of the Commission. Secondly, Honorable Chair and members, is that we have a serious challenge of our recommendations to various state departments are not implemented, not adhered to, and the unresponsiveness of some of them. Although in the last few months, I must add that due to the Commissioner's involvement in provinces and also getting to the executive, both at a provincial level, local level, and a national level, there has been some improvement in that relationship, but still, it's still there that our recommendation directives are not, in some instances, not being responded to. And we have made this appeal before the committee. We've tried to improve on it, and indeed, with the new Court of Commissioners in their response and in their interaction with the executive, we have at least covered some of the ground, but we still need more to look at. On the level of staff, Honorable Chairperson, vacant senior management positions are a challenge. We have filled, as we promised last time we appeared before you, we filled all our positions in the financial year, most of the positions in the financial 2023 to 2024. Chairperson, also may I add that also in the last 10 months, we've been able to get the union recognized in the Commission. We're working very hard in ensuring that there is a sustainable staff development, and you'll hear about it as we continue the presentations by our secretariats. Honorable Chair, thank you so much. Those are the introductory remarks, and thank you once again. And with your permission, Chairperson, may I hand over to the acting CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Acting CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to make sure that I'm audible from here.
I think it's best that you occupy the seat that is occupied by the chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the committee, Chairpersons and Chairperson and Commissioners of the Commission, esteemed colleagues, good morning again. Chairperson, we appreciate the opportunity to engage with you on the annual report for the 23-24 financial year and on the performance of the Commission in as far as quarters 1 and 2 of this financial year is concerned. The presentation will be done by the Chief Financial Officer. However, prior to me handing over to him, I would just like to make a few remarks just in addition to what the Chairperson has indicated. The Office of the Accounting Officer is committed to ensure that the Commission not only meets its objectives or its obligations, but also aligns its operations with the highest standards of governance, transparency, and efficiency. I am pleased to report that the Commission has made significant strides to achieving organizational and financial stability. Our organizational health has shown significant improvement over the last financial year. We have and we continue to work closely with staff to promote stability through inclusivity and participation in decision-making in the workplace. One of the current significant projects that we are working on is the organizational design project, which is aimed at aligning our organizational structure to better deliver on our institutional mandate. You will see, Chairperson, that we will be reporting on the progress we have made in terms of institutional performance and progress on the audit action plan, which has been of significant importance to us as we focus on addressing the identified shortcomings. These steps have proven essential to minimize risks and repeat audit findings within the organization and our organizational wider risk management approach. In the presentation, Chairperson, the CFO will provide a detailed update on consequence management, the review of the loss control function, and also the review of the HR-related policies and procedures. Whilst we have made progress on the annual performance targets, where we have not reached targets as planned, we have nonetheless managed to reach a state of stability in performance and in performance management. The above speaks in many ways to the turnaround strategy adopted by the Office of the Accounting Officer, which focused on stabilization of the Commission and a high performance culture. The Institutional Performance Improvement Plan, which we commonly refer to as IPIP, was developed as a framework to turn around performance. For the successful rollout of the IPIP, key vacancies were filled, as you have just heard, by the Chairperson of the Commission, such as the Chief Operations Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Information Officer, the Head of the Strategic Support and Governance, including 2 vacant provincial manager posts, which were also filled. Again, the IPIP improves staff stability and provides strategic direction required for the successful implementation of our annual performance targets. Governance structures were strengthened, particularly to enhance performance monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. With the evidence-based reporting approach that we have followed, it contributed to reliable performance reports, an expanded performance management and evaluation reporting committee, and that further strengthened accountability and transparency to achieve our predetermined objectives. Chairperson, we acknowledge that the next 5 years is going to be quite critical in the life of the Human Rights Commission, especially in light of the recent Supreme Court of Appeal judgment and the possible outcomes at the Constitutional Court, in that the Commission will have to review how it executes its mandate and enhances its operations, more especially with regard to its protection mandate. In addition, planning for the next 5 years comes at a time when government is reducing its spending, and the implications of budget cuts on capacity and other resources are indeed a reality for the Commission. In conclusion, Chairperson, we would like to emphasize our commitment to working collaboratively with the committee and all other stakeholders to ensure that the Commission delivers on its mandate with excellence. I would now like to hand over to the CFO, Dr. Kabana, and he will be taking the committee through the presentation. Through you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Chair, there is a noise there on your background. Powers bestowed upon you. You can, I think Mr. Gungubele is the youngest commissioner there. You can send him to manage chaos outside.
Sorry about that, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
That's fine. CFO, well, on your hands now.
Thank you, Chairperson, and honorable members, and the members or other commissioners of the South African Human Rights Commission, as well as our esteemed guest on the platform. I stand on the protocol that has been observed by those that came before me, and I will then lead the presentation of the financial statements for the financial year 2023-24, and lead us into the Q1 performance, as well as the presentation on the MTEF for the next 3 financial years. I want to believe that the presentation is visible on your side, Chair. If I can just get the confirmation so that I proceed.
No, what is visible here is a name, Tami Manamela.
Perhaps just a second, Chair.
Yeah.
Perhaps leave it like that.
Yes, it's visible now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated, I will cover the annual financial statements. I will cover performance information for 2023-24 financial year, and I will also cover a bit of our performance for Q1 and the MTF in terms of the next 3 financial years. I will not, Chairperson, bore you with the slides on the mandate of the South African Human Rights Commission, taking it that these mandates are understood as enshrined in the Constitution and the South African Human Rights Act. However, it's important, Chair, that I start off by basically indicating where we derive our mandate, as these inform the outcomes of the Commission. Critically, we've got, or rather as the Commission from the Constitution itself, we drive 3 outcomes. One, which is that South African human rights is required to promote respect for human rights and culture of human rights. Secondly, we are required to promote the protection, development, and attainment of human rights. And lastly, our function or our responsibility require that we monitor and assess the observance of human rights in the country. I've just read this specific section because this is what then informs how our programs as the Commission are arranged. We basically have 4 programs as the Commission. Program 1, as usual, is the administration program. The focus of this program, or its purpose in this context, is to ensure that we've got a vehicle that is capable to deliver on the mandate of the Commission. And the outcome that is relevant to that, it's effective and efficient delivery of the mandate. The second program, as I go back to the Constitution and the Act of the South African Human Rights Commission, we have got the second outcome, which is increased reach of the Commission. Basically, this particular outcome is directly linked to the need for us to promote protection of human rights. The third outcome is a redress mechanisms provided where human rights have been violated. In this context, this can be directly linked to the mandate that requires that as the South African Human Rights Commission, we protect the human rights. And then the last outcome is that we are required to make recommendations and directives made to improve the state of human rights. In this context, this can be directly linked with the mandate of monitoring and observance of the human rights. Our focal area, Chair, as we have indicated that we've got commissioners, and the commissioners derive, of course, these focal areas directly from the South African Human Rights Commission Act, but also from our commitments to the international community. These are the critical focal areas: governance, anti-corruption and human rights, health, education, water and sanitation, civil and political rights, and lastly, we also focus on land, food security, and human settlements. Chairperson, this presentation comes at a time where we are on the 5th financial year of the strategy of 2020-25, which means we are now presenting the 4th year into the strategy. And therefore, I would be amiss, Chair, if I do not give a bit of an update in terms of what the performance for the 4th year actually represent. We had 4 outcomes, as I indicated, and the first one being effective and efficient delivery of the on the mandate of the Commission. Our baseline for the previous strategic period was 82% achievement, and we targeted that for this particular outcome, we should be able to achieve 85%. I must indicate that in this particular outcome, 82% has been achieved, which shows that indeed we are on the verge of attaining that 85%. In terms of the second outcome, which is increased outreach or increased reach of the Commission, which we measure by number of people reached through various promotional mechanisms. In this context, we projected that for the period of 5 years, we should have reached almost 8.7 billion people. In this context, we are looking at various platforms in terms of social media and physical presence. And I can confirm that to date, we have already reached half of that. So which means in the current MTEF period, we still believe for 2024-25, we should be able to achieve this particular strategic outcome. In terms of redress mechanisms, in this case, this is measured by number of cases where redress mechanisms have been provided to South Africans. We had a baseline of 41,000 cases, and for the 5-year period, we planned to address about 20,000 cases. And we have already exceeded that by over 7,000, as we are now seated at 27,000. In the last outcome, Chairperson, which is about recommendations and directives made to improve the state of human rights in the country, we can see that our baseline was 250. And again, for the MTEF under review, which is the 5-year period from 2020 until 2025, we had already addressed 168, which means as we move into 2024-25, we still believe that this is a target that we'll be able to reach. Chairperson and members, I will not again present per quarter. I'll just take us to the quarter 4, which represents the actual results in terms of the work of the Commission at the end of the financial year. I must indicate that Program 1 had about 4 indicators, and these indicators, 3 of them were achieved, and the only indicator that was not achieved is the one that relates to percentage implementation of risks. In other words, of all the risks that were identified, we were only able to implement 89% of the plan. And this is simply because one of the initiatives we needed to undertake in this area was for the Commission to undertake an impact evaluation assessment or study. that we could not do as we depended on service providers. So this remains one of the areas that we will therefore carry into 2024-25 financial year. In terms of program 2, we had 6 indicators, and all 6 indicators were achieved. And in program 3, which has been sampled for audit purposes, we had 3 indicators in this program, and we were only able to achieve 1. I must indicate, Chairperson, that as this program was a program selected for audit of predetermined objectives, there are 2 indicators that we were not able to achieve, and similarly, the audit report talks to these very indicators. One of these is the number of initiatives undertaken to address systematic human rights violation. We had targeted to achieve 120, but we were only able to achieve 100. In this context, also when the Auditor General looked into the matter, they were also not satisfied with the information that was provided. So there was material finding in this particular area. The last indicator on this particular program is a number of High Court matters instituted. In this case, the underachievement was basically due to the delays in the internal processes of the Commission in terms of how do we finalize the decisions to institute matters, and when they're instituted, we also depend on the court processes. So as a result, because of those dependencies, Chair and honorable members, we were not necessarily able to achieve the target that we had set for ourselves. Chair, I will then take us to broadly some of the highlights in terms of the work of the Commission for the financial year under review, in terms of the programs or initiatives and the reports that we believe they are quite significant in the life of the Commission. We were able to host a Child Rights Ambassadors Conference. This is also one of the commitments that the country has in terms of our relations with the United Nations or our international commitments. Rights to Read and Write campaign is a campaign that we believe is very important in terms of improving literacy of the people so that we can actually have a human rights aware citizenry. In this context, that is one initiative that we've undertaken. We have also issued reports on infrastructure inquiry. It's a report that we believe is critical in the observance of human rights, as well as water inquiry report. We also issued the malnutrition report and school uniform reports. These reports are very fundamental in the lives of South Africans as they talk to grassroots development and observance of human rights. Also issued the human rights unrest, the July unrest report, as well as the National Schools Moot Court program, which we hosted successfully. I must indicate that we did make a few contributions in terms of development of legislation. One on prevention and combating of the hate crimes and hate speech. We made contribution or submission, and in terms of IP amendment bill, the Commission also made submission, as well as water service amendment bill. During the same period, Chair, I will quickly just indicate that in terms of our international commitments, the South African Human Rights made a number of written contributions to NANRI and the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in terms of our reaccreditation. And the good news perhaps is our ability to retain the A status in this context. And Chair, without then waste of time, I will then move on to present the financial statements and the audit outcomes. For the financial year under review 2023-24, the South African Human Rights Commission, in terms of its cash and cash equivalents, I'll just focus on those areas that are quite important in terms of PFMA. I must indicate that for 2023-24, the South African Human Rights Commission reported a balance of 63.9 million, and this I'm flagging it because it also relates to the surplus that have remained a challenge that we are dealing with in the Commission. In terms of assets overall, they have increased to 89 million from 84 million, which was reported in the previous financial year. Our liabilities, we have moved from 13 million and these have increased to 28 million. This is also because of the new lease agreements that we've entered into, but at the same time, this is also because of the areas such as provision for leave accrual, which is seated at about 7.6 million, which is quite high. But I must also indicate that as one of the challenges that the audit report has also reflected in terms of our processing of invoices, it is also evident in that our payables increased from 5.4 million to about 15.2 million. I will then talk to how we intend to address some of these areas as I proceed in the presentation. We must indicate that the appropriation in terms of our grant, we did receive what we anticipated, which is a total of 208 million. And part of our income of about 5 million was basically generated as a result of interest on the bank balances. In terms of expenditure, one can indicate, because it's also relevant, Chair, as I continue to present, you will notice that we received an allocation of 208 million and our employee cost, they are seated at 145 million. That basically shows that the majority of the funds of the commission are spent in this particular area. When it comes to general expenses, we spent about 6.3 million. And for members, you will notice that unlike in the previous financial year, where we reported a surplus or an under expenditure of 8.2 million, for the financial year under review, we had a deficit of 9.6 million. This deficit, we basically welcome it, considering the huge cash reserves that I had indicated, that this was the commission beginning to give effect to improving its spending. If we're to look at that in terms of trends, we will see that 2020-21, the commission spent about 84% of the budget. 2021-22, we were able to spend 95%, and we reduced in 2022 and 2023. But in 2023-24 financial year, we can see that we have begun to improve, as we have had an over expenditure of 103%, which reflects basically the fact that we were beginning to address the issue of deficit. National Treasury has been kind enough to approve our surplus retention. We have also made an application for 25 million for surplus retention, which we believe it will receive the favorable response from the National Treasury. As I present the audit outcomes, Chair, allow me to also make a small alterations or amendments to some of the statements used here. We basically, for the financial year under review, we received about 75 requests for information from the Auditor General, to which we responded, and a total of 32 findings on the presentation. It's recorded at S31. It's actually 32 findings that were raised compared to 54 that were raised in the previous financial year. So there is a reduction in terms of the findings. In terms of how we are addressing this, we believe that by February 2025, we should be able to have closed almost 90% of all the findings. What is then the final audit outcome? In terms of financial statements, we can confirm that we received a very favorable audit opinion, in that the Auditor General confirmed that we have got an unqualified audit opinion and without any matters of emphasis or without any adjustments. In terms of audit of predetermined objectives, as I indicated earlier on, that was an area of a problem, which I will talk to very shortly. So if we look at trends, we will see that 2023-24, we got a financially unqualified audit, which did not have matters of emphasis. Last time we presented in the committee, we must have presented on issues of irregular expenditure disclosure, as issues that were flagged by the Auditor General and restatements. So we've significantly improved in this area of financial statements, which shows that we are on the right path to a clean audit. In terms of the audit outcomes, the Auditor General for 2023-24 altered its audit approach. As opposed to an assurance-based audit, the Auditor General undertook a non-assurance audit. In other words, the AG was not necessarily expressing an audit opinion, whether it was qualified, unqualified, adverse, or a disclaimer. But we can reflect that for 2021, this area has been a problem. We received a disclaimer. 2022-23, we received a disclaimer again, and 2022-23, in this area, it was adverse audit finding. However, for 2024-2023, as I indicated, the Auditor General changed the audit methodology. In this context, as opposed to expressing an audit opinion, they have only indicated that there were material findings in this area. Chairperson, this is basically broadly a summary of how the Commission has performed, and the areas that have got different colors show areas where there has been no improvement, and I will focus in this presentation on those areas. We can see that performance information, it has not necessarily improved significantly as we had hoped for, much as the actual performance itself has turned out. When it comes to expenditure management, which is a compliance matter of paying invoices within 30 days, that area remains a challenge in the Commission, and the audit report shows that we have not improved in that area. The two other areas that are problematic, it's procurement and contracts management and consequence management. These areas have not necessarily shown any improvement over the past 3 years. And as I present, I will also indicate some of the interventions that we have begun to put in place. Assets management, we have improved, and we have turned green in that particular area. So I will then move to the problematic areas, one of which being the procurement and contract management. The question will then be, what are the interventions that the Commission is putting in place to address this? I must indicate that around June, July, we concluded what we called at the time the provincial office visit initiative that was undertaken by the Office of the CFO, the Office of the COO and CEO to understand the conditions on the ground. And that has resulted in the Commission understanding that the support services from HR, supply chain, and ICT, they were not necessarily configured in a way that enabled immediate support to the provinces. But similarly, we identified that this area was a problem in that it was not modeled in a right way, in that supply chain was basically decentralized, and the head office would only see the irregularity of the transactions only at the time of the audit, not as and when the Commission was incurring its expenditure. So some of the interventions we have resolved to remodel supply chain in a way that allows for daily and real-time interface between the work done at the provincial level and work done at the head office. Similarly, we have decided that we should have a deviation committee in order to reduce deviations or leave this to decision of few individuals. This will basically discourage a practice of procurement through deviation. We have also resolved to revise the SCM policy so that we enhance aspects of competitive bidding process. I must also indicate that not only as an intervention, but also as part of consequence management, we have concluded skills audit of the SCM team, and we have realized that there's a need to upskill every single member of the team in supply chain management with new legislation in the SCM space. So compulsory training will be undertaken jointly with NSG, or National School of Government. In terms of contract management, I must indicate that we have had to overhaul the entire contract management system. So we're starting afresh, new contracts registers, and new processes altogether to ensure that contracts are properly managed, but also accounted for, because this has been an area of audit, and for the past 3 years, there has been no improvement. Similarly, in the newly revised SCM model structure, we anticipate to actually appoint someone who has got expertise in contracts management. And similarly, we anticipate to have an invoice, a person dedicated to processing of invoices, taking it away from records management and planting it in supply chain and finance to ensure that there is the lag period in terms of processing of invoices is reduced to a minimum of 15 days, if not less. In terms of irregular expenditure, Chairperson, it will be important for me to reflect that the Commission for 2024, for 2023-24 financial year, the balance reflected in the annual report will be 37 million, but it's important to indicate that that is not necessarily what has been incurred in that particular financial year, because 33 million is a balance that has been carried over from the previous financial years. In 2022, we reported we had 21 million in terms of the balance, which was carried over to 2023, and we incurred 11 million for 2022-23 financial year, which means for 2024 financial year, we significantly reduced from 11 million to only 4.5 million. So there is progress, and we believe that into the 2024-25 financial year, this should be reduced significantly, if not going to a state where we can simply say we do not have any. In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, our annual report will show that we've got 280,000 in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and happily so, we can confirm that none of this expenditure was incurred during 2023-24 financial year. So it's basically balance carried over from previous financial years. What are some of the interventions in this area? We are strengthening, as I indicated, our SCM processes. We believe with remodeling, we'll be able to prevent some of these transactions. The PFMA in itself is very clear that we've got a couple of mandates in terms of irregular expenditure. Not only do we have to prevent, but we also have to make sure that where such has been detected, we take necessary steps to correct the same. I must, however, indicate that because this is linked directly to issue of consequence management, I must indicate that the issue of consequence management is a very good subject and quite a contentious subject in that it should not be arbitrary. What I mean by that is that it has to really be systematic in order to get the full benefit of this process. The Auditor General report indicates that the Commission has not been able to implement consequence management timely, and I'm underlining the words timely as an operative word here. The practice note number 4 of 2022-23 indicates the process that needs to be followed, in that once we've identified an irregular expenditure, it must be assessed in order to confirm whether it's irregular or fruitless, and determination must be made to determine whether it's corruption, whether there is loss or the root cause, and then determine the right course of action while coupled with necessary investigation. In the Commission, I must indicate that, as I indicated, huge balances. We have not been able to conclude these processes timely, but I can confirm that for 2023-24, there's about 10 cases where we have issued written warnings where relevant, and we also have 5 where we have sought to recover money from the employees. However, at the time of audit, that process had not been concluded. What I mean by that is that there is commitment, Chair and honorable members, to ensure that those that are found to have violated the PFMA are held accountable. So we will definitely be improving in this area. We have already revised the terms of reference of the Loss Control Committee, but similarly, we have developed registers that will be used to track how far we are progressing. In terms of the performance information, as you would notice, Chair, that for the past 4 years, we have not necessarily shown significant improvement. I must confirm that we are in the process of developing a combined assurance model, which will enable proper validation of performance information, but also ensure that information submitted to the Auditor General is related and relevant to the TIDs or technical indicator descriptors. We believe with these processes, we will be able to have proper reports that the Auditor General will give us a good opinion. Chairperson, if I can move to then presenting our quarter one without perhaps dwelling much on the programs as they have not changed as already presented. Nothing much has really changed in terms of our targets. They have remained the same for 2024-25 financial year. But for quarter one, I must indicate that we again, program one achieved 3 of the 4 targets, and program 2 achieved all of the targets, which is 2 out of 2, and program 3 achieved 2 out of 3 targets. Overall, performance for quarter one was seated at 87.5%. We do not have the figures for quarter 2 as yet because of the robust processes that we are undertaking to ensure that our performance information is ready for scrutiny by the Auditor General. Therefore, we will definitely be able to furnish Parliament with that information as soon as it becomes available, which we believe it should be ready on Monday, subject to conclusion of the work of the internal auditors. Chairperson, as indicated by the Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission and the acting CEO, indeed, we are making this presentation at a time which is most defining for the country as a whole. The government has been trying to rein in spending, reduce spending so that we can be able to service the national budget deficit or debt. As a result, National Treasury from the past 2 years has been implementing budget cuts, and the South African Human Rights Commission is not immune to that. It has experienced a fair share of these budget cuts, and it will be very important, Chair, for us to flag that the South African Human Rights Commission is required to serve a general population of 63 million people who are the citizens of this country. These 63 million people, they are to be served by a commission that has got a staff complement of 198. On average, Chair, if I were to determine 1% against the population, it basically means this commission does not have enough soldiers on the ground. That in itself limits the effectiveness and efficiency with which we execute the important mandate that is bestowed upon the commission. I must also indicate that invariably the implication of that is that you then have capacity that is under pressure. You then have capacity that might struggle to fulfill both the formal and informal mandate in terms of the expectations of the people. So as this important work that is bestowed upon the commission continues, Chair, we definitely will call upon the portfolio committee to actually support our effort to try and get government to not reduce the baseline of the commission into the next 5 years. If anything at all is to happen, it's our plea to yourselves that you should support efforts of ensuring that funding for the commission is increased so that we can be able to expand the footprint, but also make sure that there is realization of human rights everywhere. Chairperson, without any waste of time, I will conclude the presentation here and hand over to yourself. Thank you, Nda.
Thank you very much, CFO. Members, that is the long and short of the Commission's annual report, performance and spending for quarter one and quarter two, and forward funding proposals. I think I like the last part, CFO, it actually goes straight to what you want, the forward funding proposals, but we'll go there. We will go there. Honorable Kloba, Members? Anyone else except Honorable Glover? Honorable Nomvalo? In that order, Honorable Glover?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, am I audible, Chairperson?
Yes, you are. You are.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the report. Chairperson, this commission is without a doubt extremely important. So I do unfortunately find some concerns with this report. What is extremely concerning is the appearance of this perceived toxic work environment, and I believe that a consequence of this appears in this report. I was not part of this committee in the sixth administration and understand that the toxicity is not something that is emanated just recently. However, consequently, I've myself received much correspondence regarding complaints, and I won't name or anything, but again, specific commissioners and how it was dealt with and so forth. And it seems like an extremely drawn-out process. This is an institution, for all intents and purposes, has to be extremely exemplary in terms of human rights by virtue of its very nature of existence. How is it that this community at large should have faith in an institution that seems to cannot resolve its internal disputes amicably and swiftly? Chairperson, I take note of the reports of the unqualified audit. But what concerns me is the multitude of repeat findings, performance management, repeat findings, procurement contract, repeat findings, payments of invoices within 30 days, repeat findings, irregular expenditure, as well as consequent managers' repeat findings. One or two really stands out to me in terms of the payments of the invoices of 30 days, which is really concerning, and it has to be rectified immediately. Smaller businesses struggle when not paid, and we really implore the institution not to have this in the next AG report. I'm dumbstruck that in every report that comes, we get the same findings. Chairperson, in the consequent management, this is one of those findings that are concerning. It's because of this finding that I think we find repeat findings in other sections of the report. Without sufficient consequent management, you may proclaim acceptance of wrongdoing. And it cannot be sufficient to say consequent management was affected, though there was not enough evidence to supply this over 4 years in a row. Chairperson, something I would just like to query was the increase in training. I understand that they was mentioned that training was done, but I see it increased from 655,000 in 2022 to 23 to 1.7 million in 23-22. That's more than double. If we could just be taken a little bit more in detail. And again, I would request that, when we have these significant jumps in training and so forth, maybe a breakdown of the spend. What is the money spent on this specifically? I did lose signal for a few seconds, and I think I just caught the tail end of it. But can we just get more information as to why no disciplinary steps were taken against the official that incurred or permitted fruitless and wasteful expenditure? I heard just the last bit of saying is that something would be done according to the PMFA. I just lost a little portion there. I think what more importantly, some of the losses resulting from fruitless and wasteful expenditure was not recovered from the liable persons. Chairperson, I don't have a lot to say. The one thing that does concern me a little bit, I was just taking a look at the expenditure versus budgets. In 2021 was 213, expenditure was only 179. And so it was percentage-wise was 84%. The following year, 95%. The following year, 92%. And then we suddenly have an overspend. So obviously the attempt to try and spend the budget was there. However, we went from underspending to overspending. That's the first concern. So I just think we must just take a look at that a little bit. The South African human rights faces budget constraints that impact the ability to fill its mandate. That's what we heard. But I want to understand what is the institution doing in terms of the administration costs, optimizing personal expenses, minimizing non-essential expenditures to free up funds for core activities, than just merely, relying on treasury just to increase the budget. We have to spend wisely. The country as a whole isn't growing as it should, and money is constrained. So it's just, what are we doing to try and improve those? There was also, I would like the reasons for the regular expenditure of 2.7 million in the 23-24 financial year. There's a table that was in the slides there was the annual budget over the past 4 fiscal years, and it's extremely concerning to me. I just want to see Mr. Tommy said that procurement in HR wasn't configured correctly. I didn't completely grasp what he was trying to explain, and then it was going to be configured better. But what concerns me is this is many years in a row of the same repeat findings. When did it come to light that it wasn't configured correctly? Would it have been after the first year or the second year? Why only now? I also would like to query, Mr. Tommy Manamela spoke in relation to the new contract management. For 3 years, no improvement was seen. And then I understand he mentioned that a person with the needed skills would be or has been sourced. Should that not have been ensured in the first place? That someone with the necessary skills was employed for this very purpose. It seems a bit shocking to me that after 3 years of the same findings, or 4 years of the same findings, that now a person of skills was sought to deal with the matter. And if you look at the audit results per outcome, the strategic planning, for all intents and purposes, has been achieved perfectly, but then the implementation, expenditure management, procurement and contract, consequence management, absolutely no improvement in 3 years. And at the end of the report, and it's not that I am against it, but we want to increase the budget. We must support an increase in budget, but we're not even fulfilling the duties that we should. In expenditure management, absolutely no consequence management. And I just think we have to get the basics right as well. Chairperson, I'll pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper. Mr. Nonvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I will be very, 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 very brief. I think as the first point, I couldn't agree more with Honorable Klopper when he says that this Chapter 9 institution is the most important one because, one, it has a very broad scope, which it has been given by the South African Constitution. My concern, Chair, I have a deep-seated concern in relation to this Chapter 9 institution is that, one, my observation is that which generates this concern is that this is the most invisible Chapter 9 institution, whereas in terms of its constitutional obligations and responsibilities, it is supposed to be the most visible one because Section 84 of the South African Constitution gives broad responsibilities to the Human Rights Commission. But secondly, human rights are violated on a day-to-day basis in South Africa. They are violated at homes. There's gender-based violence. They are violated at schools. They are violated at work. They are violated, everywhere in public institutions. When people go ask for, when people go for, to ask for services, they don't get the proper treatment that they are supposed to get. So there's a lot that is happening in terms of the violation of human rights. But in my view, Chair, the Human Rights Commission does not rise to the occasion, is not rising to the occasion. And I hope they are not going to take this in a bad way. This is a constructive criticism, that I'm making against them, with the hope that they are going to take it as a way of encouraging them to do better than they are currently doing. It's very easy, Chair, to ascertain or to weigh the success of the Human Rights Commission, because the only thing that you can do, one, is to look at what the Constitution requires them to do versus what they've done. Section 184, Chair, subsection 2, says that the South African Human Rights Commission has powers as regulated by national legislation necessary to perform its functions, including the power to investigate and to report on the observance of human rights, to take steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated, to carry out research. Okay. While we're on that one, that is section 84, subsection 2C, to carry out research. How many research do you want? Do you have a research unit? And how many research papers have you developed during the year under review? And then it goes on to say to educate. The educational programs, that is section 184, subsection 2D. What kind of educational programs have you carried out, or that you currently, carry out? And where? I was hoping that you are going to show a table, to flag a table here, which shows these programs, that where have you done them in terms of provinces, regions, districts, and wards? Because I believe that the most people who suffer from human rights violations is the illiterate, because of ignorance. So the system is taking advantage of that, and most of whom are located in the deep rural areas. So I'm saying, if you are serious about executing these, constitutional obligations, and then you have to reach out to them in the deep rural areas. And section 3 goes on to say, each year, the South African Human Rights Commission must require relevant organs of state to provide the Commission with information on the measures that they have taken towards the realization of the rights in the Bill of Rights concerning housing, healthcare, food, water, social security, education, and environment. These are socio-economic rights that are listed here. And I think 90% of the departments in South Africa deal with with socio-economic rights in one way or the other. So this gives a very vast scope in terms of the work that must be done by the Human Rights Commission. Now, the question I have following what is being said by this section, that is section 184, subsection 3. Yeah, subsection 3. What have you done? Have you returned any, or have you requested any report on the measures that have been taken by any department to protect these socio-economic rights? And if you have done so, which departments have you requested for such information? From which departments? Can you list them? Because this, according to my understanding, gives you powers to monitor all the departments, in fact, because the majority of departments, at the center of their mandates, they deal with the protection of of these socio-economic rights. So, have you done that? Have you executed this section? That is why, Chair, I'm saying the only way or the only method that you can use to determine the success of the execution of their responsibilities is by testing what they have done versus what is being outlined by the South African Constitution. And then, have you ever made any research on the widows of the Marikana massacre, on how they were affected by the massacre, and on their current social status, and to check if they need any further interventions? Have you ever made a research on that? Because the Marikana massacre, one was a violation of a right to life, the result of which some people suffered from, terrible consequences because they became widows. Some lost their breadwinners, at home. Have you ever made a research on that and make a determination of the current, status of the victims, and to ascertain if they don't need any social interventions? But Chair, in conclusion, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. When people do good, we compliment without any fear or favor. But when people don't do good, we are not going to pretend as though they do good. We must criticize, critically. So we must criticize extensively without any fear of contradiction, because we want to see all these Chapter 9 institutions responding to all the needs and to all the dire needs, of the people on the ground. They must be felt by the people on the ground. We can't use the audit outcomes, to ascertain the efficiency of these Chapter 9 institutions, to say if they got an unqualified audit with no material fundings whatsoever, then they are a paragon of virtue. They don't need, to be ventilated further. There's a work that needs to be done, my brother. Not that I'm saying this because I've got anything to do, anything against you. I'm saying this out of a genuine concern, and with the hope and with the motive of motivating you to do better than what you do at the current moment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nomvalo. Sefo, can you remove the slides here on the screens?
We have removed the slides, Chair. You can confirm if you are back on a normal screen.
It's only your name that's here. We can't see the boardroom arrangement.
Okay, we'll switch on the camera in a second.
Thank you. Yeah, we can see you now properly. Look, I want us to do this. I hear you are speaking about offices from the national office and provincial offices. I think it is important that we check from you that how many offices do you run across the country? Are you renting all of those offices? From whom are you renting all those offices? For how long have you been contracted to rent those offices? And how much do you pay per month per office? So that we track your spending as well properly. There's an issue that I think we all agree about that relates to an increase to access. That the people of South Africa must have an unlimited access to the Commission. So that it helps you understand the actual challenges relating to human rights in the country. So if you speak about access, but in the presentation, there is nothing that speaks about the Commission going to the people for purposes of public education and other relative matters. Chair, I don't understand why there is no report about the CEO suspension here. I really do not understand. It's as though that it's something that is done in corners and stuff. What I would have expected from you, Chair, that in your introduction, you do make mention and you do brief us a little bit of what is actually happening. So that as the committee were able to interact with the issue, we see how best you get support from us as the committee. The last issue that I want you to check from you, I hear the CFO speaking about this is what we're going to do in addressing A, this is what we're going to do in addressing B. But the important question would be, is there an audit action plan already adopted to address the matters that are raised by the AGSA? So that we are able to hold you accountable from what you would have adopted as the Commission as an action plan to address issues that were raised by the AG. So we're going to give you a chair to respond on the matters raised by members. Then after that, we'll go towards the conclusion of the meeting. We're still meeting as well, the Information Regulator, immediately after this meeting. You can proceed, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I start with the give the CFO part of it, but let me start with the suspension of the CEO. Chairperson, we received some serious allegations against the CEO, and we have put the CEO on precautionary suspension so that the investigation can begin. And we have, and I must apologize if I didn't go into details about it. We had a discussion about it, Chairperson, my apologies for that. But the allegations against the CEO was of such a nature that the commissioners decided to do a precautionary suspension, and then for us to give a time frame to appoint the necessary legal instruments to ensure that the investigation starts and that we can get even to respond to the allegations which we've received, Chairperson.
Oh, I thought you were finished.
No, Chairperson, I have finished part of it. I wondered if any other commissioner wanted to add to that, or if there's any outstanding thing that I've left out.
Maybe, Chair, let's do it like this. Can you send a report about the suspension of the CEO to the committee secretary?
Definitely, Chairperson.
Detailed report.
Yeah, definitely, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Perhaps we need to put a time frame. By when do you want the Chairperson, today or tomorrow?
Let's say at the latest Friday.
Friday.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me just also talk about the increase in access. Yes, indeed, we are painfully aware of access to ordinary people, rural people, urban people, township people. And here's what we can do also, Chair, is to give you the outreach that we've done, so that because there is a lot of work being done by the commissioners We've deployed commissioners in provinces. We've got 9 provinces. I'll ask them now to speak on the issues that you've raised. We've got 9 provinces, chairperson, but we've got 7 commissioners now. And 7 commissioners are deployed in the different provinces. And there are a number of educational and other programs reach out, through our advocacy program that are there. And what we will do is to compile it and send it to you to show you what we've been doing on women, on children, on health issues, and also our rapid response where there are crises that have been there, that we've gone into the areas, and also on the issue about, for example, accessibility and visibility. This new cohort of commissioners may not get all the publicity, but the engagement on a daily basis in different areas. I would ask that we compile that report for you to the committee so you can see where we are. Yes, we maybe in South Africa, as the honourable member said, there are violations every day, and we are involved, but we cannot reach every place. If you look at our country, the mass of land where people are, but our women and men in our different offices, monitors are really working hard in trying to reach as many people as possible. Can we do more? Yes, indeed, we can do more. Can we be more visible? Yes, we can be more visible, Chairperson. But we've been inundated with complaints, and the commissioners, why we're in provinces was exactly to have the rapid response, to be more visible and more accessible. Chairperson, on the Marikana, you will recall that many years ago when Marikana happened, the South African Human Rights Commission were involved from a observation status during that whole time. But it is one of our commissioners, Commissioner Makasha, who is with Business and Human Rights. And also that's a very good idea for us as the commission to take up that challenge and to go and see, and we'll report back to you as to what we can do, but certainly we will do something about that request. Chairperson, on the issue about the toxicity of the commission, yes, indeed. And this new cohort of commissioners have been working very hard on trying to pull together the organization in terms of making sure that wherever we are, wherever we can, we sit and meet with the staff. We've done a number of sessions with them. We continue to engage via the secretariat as well. But we can't help it if somebody just write a letter to people and say, complain about this and so on. We live in a democracy where people can do that. But I can assure you, Chairperson, that this new cohort of commissioners are really working very hard on breaking down and destroying that toxicity in our organization. And hopefully we'll give you updates on the reports. I mean, we've dealt with the issues around training, bursaries, recognition of the union. We have been engaged. We've listened to staff. When we came in, we listened to them. We wrote to the secretariat and said, these are the complaints of the staff. Some of them have been attended to, others are in the process of being attended to. But as I said, it is work in progress. And but we have been working very hard on those issues. On the rural areas, Chair, yes, there is a definite attempt by the commissioners to go into those rural areas, but also so in the townships and others where commissioners find ourselves with programs, a recognition of people, etc. So, but we are taking, and please, Honourable Mabo, yes, we are not taking this in a bad light. We're taking it as guidance, and for us to do more than what we are doing at the moment. Chair, Honourable Chair, may I just ask the CFO to answer your questions, but also questions raised by Honourable Cooper. But unless, Chair, my apologies, unless somebody else would like to say something, commissioners? Yes, Chair, would you allow some of us just to add? Honourable Chair?
All right. You can proceed, Commissioner.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Chairperson, I would just like to respond to the very important question that was raised by the Honourable Nombao, specifically with regards to the Section 184(3) process Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, you know, when this new cohort of commissioners assumed office in January, the Section 1843 report, and specifically the process around the Section 1843 report, was immediately identified by the Commission as a challenge. And, you know, Chair, there's obviously a reason why this section and subsection has been included in the Constitution. And we immediately identified it as a priority. But although the Constitution basically requires of the Commission to collate the information from the relevant departments, we have taken a resolution as the Commission that we will not only stop there. It is our intention, Honourable Chairperson, to also table a report on the information that we have received early in the new year. In the first quarter of the new year, it is our intention to table a report on all the information that we have received. We have written letters, Honourable Chair, honourable members, to the relevant national departments with a questionnaire that they have to complete. We have also already met with the Minister for Human Settlements. We have met with the Minister for Health. We have a scheduled meeting with the Minister for Water and Sanitation on the 29th of October. And we have been following up with the Directors General on the finalization and, you know, the finalization of this process and providing us with the questionnaires. The departments that we have sent letters and questionnaires to include the Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Human Settlements, the Department of Health, Department of Social Development, Department of Environmental Affairs, and the Department of Basic Education. So Chair, the deadline for submitting the information to the Human Rights Commission was the 31st of October, and we will now immediately commence with the process of going through the questionnaires and finalizing a report, and as I've said, to table this report before the National Assembly, before your portfolio committee. Again, I want to reiterate, there's a reason for this provision in the Constitution. And I think the reason is not only to collate information, it's also to share the information that we have received, that we have collated, not only with the National Assembly, but with all relevant stakeholders, including you know, our partners, as you know, in higher education institutions, etc., to ensure that we all work together in addressing these very serious challenges in society. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, may I now ask a request that the CFO deal with the issues that we outlined?
Yes, but before that, Chair, the presentation speaks about litigation as well, and which is for and against the Commission. So I would like to check as well, how do you go about soliciting legal services? Do you have a panel of attorneys, or you do a three-court arrangement case by case? You can proceed, sir.
CFO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to yourself, Honorable Chairperson. I will actually start by addressing questions that you have raised yourself, and I will then proceed to address questions raised by Honorable Member Glober. For purposes of the PMG record, I would like to state that the CFO is not Ms. Tami Manamela, it's actually Dr. Padipani Kubalo. I will start by responding to the question you raised around the issue of offices. How many offices does the Commission have? Who owns these properties and how much it costs? Chairperson and members, I will start by indicating that the Commission has a total of 10 offices. In other words, we have got 9 provincial offices and 1 office which constitute what we would refer to as the head office. However, it's important then to take note of the fact that the head office includes a component that is dedicated to the Gauteng provincial office. Let me then begin by indicating that the Western Cape provincial office is currently a lease that has expired, and this lease is held with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. If we then ask in this context, who owns the building, we will then indicate that unfortunately, that is information that is available to the Public Works. It is not necessarily available to us. So we have been responsible for paying rates and parking, not necessarily the office space within the Western Cape provincial office. The intention here, out of the engagements we've had with Public Works and Infrastructure, is to basically have new offices. The process has been concluded. We are waiting for the lead adjudication committee of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to finalize the procurement of the new office space. That is the space that will basically be shared between the South African Human Rights Commission and most probably with the Gender Commission. Chairperson, in Eastern Cape, we have got a contract that has been extended. It will basically expire March 31st, 2025. This contract is currently held with SKG Africa Limited. It does have a number of basically about 3 directors, and this information can also be made available to yourselves, and the company is considered to be a level 2. We are also advertising, as I indicated, that this office, the contract lapses 31st of March 2025. So the advert should have gone out yesterday. If not, it will go out sometime this week, and we will observe 21 days and ensure that we're able to conclude the process before the end of the financial year. Limpopo office is having a contract that we've recently entered into, a lease agreement that comes to an end 31st March 2027. This is basically a new lease, and the company that owns the property or that submitted the bid on the property is SAB&T Properties. This company has got a good number of directors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 directors. And it is a level 1 contributor in terms of BEE. KwaZulu-Natal is a contract that is held with, or rather through, the Department of Public Works, just like the Western Cape one. The contract expires 31st of March 2025. We are currently initiating a process of beginning to engage with the Department of Public Works, and I will also give some nuance in terms of what we intend to do. Free State, we have a new lease which we have entered into. It expires the 1st of May 2029. This is held with a company called Link Property. That is the company that submitted the bid, which has got 3 directors, and it is considered to be a level 2 contributor. Northern Cape, we have got an office that is held through Public Works and Infrastructure. The contract expires 31st of March 2027. We will then be engaging with Public Works to see how we move forward. In Mpumalanga, we've got a contract which expires September 30th, 2026. This contract is also held with SKG Africa Limited. I've already indicated that this is a level 2 contributor. In Northwest, we've got a contract which expires 30 June 2027. This contract is held with a LU Ed Family Trust. This is a level 2 contributor, and we still have a bit of a couple of years on this contract. And in Gauteng, we have recently relocated to a building owned by Growth Point Properties. This is a level 1 contributor and a GSE listed company, and the contract expires 30 April 2029. This office houses both the head office of the Commission and the office of the Gauteng Provincial Office. So on average, how much do we spend in terms of the projections that we have done, Chair? If we were to go per office, but perhaps let me spare you the details, but this information is readily available. Let me indicate that on an annual basis, the Commission is spending an average of 9.6 million. We have already returned to National Treasury as part of investment appraisal, in that if we take this 9.6 million and extrapolate it over a period of 5 years, that means the Commission shall have spent about 60 million. And our view here is, how do we then claw back some of the funds that we have or that we are incurring on rental property of properties into our coffers, so that we can be able to finance the programmatic activities. One of the engagements that have recently taken place between ourselves and the National Treasury has been to say, if National Treasury can give us a once-off investment of 35 million, and when I mean this investment, I'm talking about approval of a once-off grant, it means the Commission on an annual basis for the next 5 years will be able to claw back about 8.4 million into the budget for operational activities. The idea here is to basically procure human rights houses in different provinces, as opposed to continually renting. As I've indicated, that on average, over the next 5 years, that means 60 million will be spent. But if we were to buy human rights houses, convert them into a space that is friendly for the people and accessible, that means we would be able to make a lot of saving, but also have a good footprint, as we'll be having some funds. I must indicate, as indicated by the chairperson of the Commission, that Chair, in the 4IR era, we are looking at the Commission not only in the context of physical offices, but we are looking at collaboration with other institutions in support of democracy, partnerships with institutions such as the IEC, who already have a large footprint in terms of a provincial office presence. We are also looking at how do we partner other institutions that are like-minded, so that we do not just increase in terms of the expenditure, but we're also looking at developing apps that should be available to the general public, which will allow the people from wherever they are to be able to reach the Commission. So in the next 5 years, in fact, in the next financial year, we're developing a mobile app, which we believe, once it is done, it will enable South Africans to access the Commission. And some of the outreach programs will then be undertaken. I must indicate on that point, Chair, that we have also asked Treasury to give us about 10 million so that we can procure what we call mobile clinics, which we believe then, as we undertake our outreach, these can be stationed in different geographic areas, especially those that are considered to be in remote areas. Chairperson, I believe I have answered that, but let me also conclude in terms of the questions that you have asked. Is the audit action plan? Chairperson, when the audit was unfolding, we were already developing the audit action plan. What is different from our current audit plan, Chair, is we have decided that the idea should not be, let's address a finding and close it, because that kind of process is what has created a situation where there's no improvement in the institution, because we are treating symptoms, not the root cause of the problem. So what we did here is we attempted to close every single finding, but at the same time identified what are the real root causes. That process has been undertaken. It has given us what the problems are, and we already have a plan that has been developed to respond to each weakness in the internal controls. And that is why we can boldly say that in supply chain, we know that our problems are systematic, in that the structure of the supply chain was not designed in a way that enabled it to prevent irregular expenditure. It only created a situation where you only see irregular expenditure when it has been incurred. And maybe I will deal with that when I respond to some of the questions raised by Honorable Glover. Chairperson has already responded to the difficult questions those who are young like me, they are not allowed to deal with the difficult questions. We take the simple ones. So let me then deal with the simple ones in terms of the issues of supply chain, issues of training, and issues of consequence management. As I indicated, we've got an audit action plan that is live. In other words, the one that we are already using and the one that is already being implemented. Honorable Klopper asked what constitutes this irregular expenditure. And fortunately, I've got actual records with me. I will not read per line item, but I will just give the main causes of irregular expenditure. The main causes of irregular expenditure is one, the failure to manage contracts in a proper way. In other words, contracts lapse and we continue to renew them on a month-to-month basis, and the PFMA requires that it should not exceed the 15% threshold. In this context, that has been the largest contributor. The second area that has contributed is when we are evaluating tenders, we ourselves have not been good at observing what we call technical functionality. In other instances, it's simple errors where a BEE certificate has expired, yet we continue to evaluate, which means that tender could have been awarded to a different company. In other instances, Chair, it's a question of it's basically what then leads to responding to the question around litigation. Does the Commission have a panel or we source three codes as and when there's a need? That has been also the largest contributor to the problems in supply chain, in that as and when there's a legal issue that arises, we then want to scramble and look for three codes, and at times, because it's an urgent matter, we write very good English in terms of explaining why we must deviate from the process. But when the Auditor General comes to make an assessment, in other instances, they found that our reasons are invalid. In other words, it's a simple matter of failure to plan. And in this context, as I indicated, we have then relooked at what are the problems, as I indicated, in supply chain. I indicated that one, and perhaps as I respond to this, I might also have to just indicate, Chair, that the current acting CEO joined the Commission in November 2023. Myself, as a CFO, I joined the Commission January 2024. The commissioners, majority of whom are present here, they also joined the Commission January 2024. This context is very important, that as we look backwards, we must then also appreciate the fact that some of the work, it's work that has been carried over from the previous cohort to the new cohort of commissioners and new cohort of executives. So that is why you find that it might be that we find it difficult to simply say why certain things were not addressed back then, but we can be able to focus on what we are doing, considering the work that we are currently doing. As I indicated, Chairperson, the issue of irregular expenditure, I've already given the causes in terms of these amounts, but also given the root cause. We have conducted a skills audit, as I indicated, in supply chain. And we have confirmed that the majority of the colleagues in supply chain do not necessarily have SCM background. So that in itself says there is a competence and skills issue. On the other hand, we realized that supply chain was decentralized. In other words, officials at the provinces, they would procure as and when, and we only find the transaction when it has been concluded. That has been one of the challenges. We also found, as I indicated, that our procurement, even on litigations or legal issues, as much as we are driven by issues of legal nature, we did not have a demand management plan that proactively tells us what are the areas of possible litigations, and therefore we have a plan in terms of activating procurement. Those are some of the weaknesses that we found in the process. And as I indicated, we have revised the organizational structure within SCM and also reassigned people where they're best suited. And as I indicated, this is where I said, we are then saying, where there's a function, but there is nobody qualified for it. As we restaff or refresh the commission, we should then look for people who are qualified for certain roles. That will actually improve performance in specific areas. So irregular expenditure, we believe it will be reduced. We have a demand management plan that unfortunately was developed in the middle of the financial year. Around July, we concluded developing the demand management plan so that in future, we are able to deal with issues of litigation. The Commission does not have a litigation policy or strategy. That is work that we are currently working on so that in future, the process of how we activate these litigations or we respond to litigation against ourselves, it's also in a clearly defined process which will allow us to literally respond while remaining compliant. We have also resolved that we need to develop to go out on tender, get expression of interest from different legal practices in the provinces or legal practitioners who are located in different provinces so that we can then constitute a legal panel, which we will then use for activating all these urgent procurements. We believe if those steps are undertaken, we will be able to resolve the problems. The issue of 30 days invoices that have not, where we've not been paying timely. Yes, Honorable Member, it's correct that it is unacceptable that on average we are taking about 75 days to process a single invoice. This commission is not hiding from that fact. We accept that and we are very determined to make sure that this is resolved, which is why in the presentation I indicated that as one of the things that we are immediately doing, we are saying as opposed to invoices going to registry, there must be a person that is appointed in finance who will be responsible for receiving the invoices, but also confirming from a contract management perspective with the users if they are satisfied, so that on average we should spend not more than 15 days to process invoices. Chair, we also using a payment dashboard currently to track how much it takes for us to process invoice. And I can confidently confirm here that in the dashboard that I have, only 2% of the invoices that we have from July to date were paid outside 30 days. Majority of the invoices were paid in time. We believe if we continue with that momentum, in the next audit or rather in the next briefing, we should not be repeating what we are saying because these are repeat audit findings. How are we dealing with budget cut absorptions? The Commission has adopted the hybrid working policy, which allows it to make sure that 70% of the people are in the office, while 30% can work remotely. That process has assisted us a lot in terms of managing expenditure. It has assisted in terms of, it has saved us about 8.6 million, basically, for the next 5 years, where we are saying this is money that is now redirected back into the programs of the Commission to ensure that we optimize. But it's also an initiative that we believe from a work-life balance perspective, it has given employees an opportunity to balance their lives, but also improve their welfare in that they are not necessarily traveling for 5 days per week. Chairperson, I have also indicated that there are training interventions. If I were to give you trends, I would be able to tell you that from 2020 to date, the Commission has been training an average of 50 people of a staff of about 165. We have not been able to move beyond 50, and that has been a cause of concern. This financial year, the Performance Management Committee has looked at the performance agreements, but also looked at the PDPs to ensure that training areas that are beneficial for development of individuals, but also are fundamental to the development of the Commission, they are adopted. Accordingly, we've got a schedule of that, which talks to training requirements. But these trainings are carefully selected, as I indicated, where training is meant to address an intervention as a matter of consequence management, because we're taking a developmental approach. I've indicated that SCM, we have resolved that there must be a compulsory training of every person who is involved in SCM. This is a legislated matter. The law or the PFMA requires that we undertake training on an annual basis, and we're believing that we are activating that to respond to this issue of upskilling of the colleagues in supply chain and across the commission. Details, if required in that area, we will certainly be able to elaborate. The issue of consequence management, I strongly believe that Honorable Member Klopa was right. When you enforce consequence management, you create an environment where there's discipline, you create an attitude where people are able to comply with legislation. We take these matters seriously, and if we go back to the context that I've painted, that the cohort of the commissioners joined the commission recently in January. Majority of executives also joined the commission recently. If we look at that time, we already see that where written warnings have yet to be issued, we can see that those have been issued. We can also see that where recoveries needed to be made, efforts have been made to recover that. Perhaps the only issue here is cut off between the issuance of letters or the process and the audit, and we accept the fact that as much as the PFMA requires that we conclude these processes within 90 days, we have not been able to do that. But work is beginning to be done. As I indicated, we've revised the terms of reference of the Loss Control Committee, and we believe it's one of the things that we'll be doing to make sure that we enforce consequences. Needless to say, Chair, that when you talk of matters of discipline, again, that creates an environment where there could be complaints around these issues, but there is determination to make sure that we correct the wrongs into the future. Chairperson, the last one was a question around why was there nobody appointed to deal with contract management all along. As I indicated again, we are refreshing the structure based on the assessment that we have made and the skills audit that we've made. And we believe that having done that, we will then be able to correct this. Similarly, we strongly believe with all the arguments that we've presented here, Chair, that we are justified in saying that we do need additional funding in order to be able to execute the mandate of the Commission. Yes, we may have surpluses which show that, oh no, for 2023-24, maybe there was an over expenditure. The context is that we have not necessarily overspent what was allocated. It's only that we have finished the budget allocated for that particular year, but also had to spend on the surpluses that were generated over the years or underspending. And this pattern will continue in the next 2 to 3 years until we exhaust all those reserves, so that we can then have a budget that is at break even, where there should be no surplus and there should also be no deficit as required by the Public Finance Management Act. I think, Chair, I've addressed most of the questions, and the acting CEO will address some of the questions that have been raised by Honorable Nova.
Honorable Chair, can we then ask the acting CEO just to address the 2 or 3 outstanding issues?
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the CFO has said quite a lot for a number of the issues raised, so I'm not going to take too much of the committee's time, except maybe just to touch on the issues relating to visibility and accessibility that was raised by Honorable Nombao. Yes, indeed, visibility and accessibility has been identified as priority areas for the Commission. We have embarked on our 5-year planning cycle this month, and we've definitely identified areas where we are of the view that we need to take steps to ensure that the Commission becomes more visible and more accessible to communities. I think one of the most critical steps I can mention, and was touched on by the CFO, is that we realize that we do need to embark on expanding our national footprint, and we have started a project to develop a plan to ensure that we are able to access those far-flung rural areas and other communities that we may not necessarily be accessing at the moment. And we're hoping to put that plan into place as soon as it is being developed. At the same time, Chairperson, I'd like to just bring to the attention of the committee that the Commission has a number of strategies, advocacy strategies, a number of outreach strategies in place, including partnerships with various stakeholders that allows us to raise awareness about the work of the community, the work of the Commission, and also to ensure that through these various partnerships, which includes MOUs, et cetera, we are able to raise awareness and also access, create, increase access in as far as the work of the Commission is concerned. Perhaps I should mention that as part of our protection mandate, we do receive complaints, and we're finalized in the last financial year about 6,500 of those complaints. So that's a large number of matters that we deal with in as far as addressing human rights violations in as far as the protection mandate is concerned. Another important, I think Commissioner Boshoff raised or addressed the issues relating to the Section 184(3) reports quite extensively, but we have identified that as as an area that needs attention, and I'm sure at the end of this financial year, the Section 184(3) report will be finalized and submitted to Parliament for attention. I also want to mention there was a question relating to how many research papers we have developed in the last financial year, and also a question on the research unit. We do have a research unit, Chairperson. The research unit at the moment is not fully capacitated due to 2 senior researchers having resigned, but we are in the process of taking steps to ensure that we are able to strengthen the research unit, and more especially strengthen the monitoring mandate of the Commission. And then perhaps also through our OSD process, or organizational structure design process, we will be embarking on a process to restructure that unit so that we are able to give full effect to the monitoring mandate and what all the priorities that we intend to embark on for the next 5 years. And as far as the research papers are concerned, we have finalized or developed the State of Human Rights report and the International and Regional Human Rights report, which was submitted to Parliament for tabling as well. So I think in as far as those areas raised by the Honorable Nambao is concerned, I have addressed them, and I want to maybe just state that yes, we do appreciate the constructive criticism. There are areas like I've indicated that we've realized needed attention, and we have taken steps to address that, in our 5-year planning process, and hopefully we're able to give effect to those in a much more effective and efficient way, so that the rights can be realized. I'm not sure if the CFO has touched on the issue relating to the litigation panel, but we do have a litigation, or we do have a panel of advisors who are registered with the CSD, and we do consider those, but at the same time, depending on the type of litigation that we are facing, Chairperson, we would follow the SCM processes in order to procure the services of specific counsel, like I said, depending on the type of skills that we are looking for and the type of litigation that the Commission is facing at the time. So we are basically using both methods just to ensure that we take those into consideration in those processes. I think those would be all from my side, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO and the CFO. I think those were straight to the point answers, and I think you have done justice. I see a hand of Honorable Klopper. Honorable Klopper, is that a follow-up? Is there a question you think was not addressed?
Chairperson, I was wondering if I could just come in with one more question that I would just like to ask.
Yes, please proceed.
Chairperson, I'd just like to find out why employees are leaving the South African Human Rights Commission and why are they required to sign the non-disclosures?
Okay. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to sponsor the research framework of the Human Rights Commission in pursuit of their constitutional obligation on two aspects. Then the first aspect is the non-recognition of Isipata. There is a group, there's an ethnic group that is called Damapata. They are mostly located in Mzimkulu. Some are located in Mount Frere in the Eastern Cape. That is where they dominate. So I would like the Human Rights Commission to make a research on whether there is violation of Section 9, the Equality Clause, or not, on the non-recognition of this ethnic group, especially on the non-recognition of their language as an official language in South Africa. Then the second aspect is the non-availability of sign language interpreters in the departments, in South Africa. Does that not violate the rights of the deaf, people? Because when they go to departments to seek for, services, there's a language barrier. Yeah, they don't get the required assistance because there's no one who can translate, their language to whoever is present in the departments. I just want them to, make a research on those two aspects and give a report, and they probably make recommendations to all the relevant institutions who can assist, in reinstating the recognition of whatever rights that they will find to have been violated. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, quick bites on that, on the two issues raised by Honorable Klopa and Honorable Nomval.
Certainly, thank you, Honorable Chair. Certainly, we will really look into it and we'll do a thorough research and we'll come back to you. This is not the first time that the Amabatas has come up in not with us, but generally when we engage with them. Certainly, we'll come back. That will be among the other things that we will send to you, but when we conclude on that. And also on the other issue, one of our colleagues raised this issue also about the Khoi and the San language that we also need to look into, which the Commission has already made a recommendation, but it's with COPTAN, so we just need to follow it up. But there are also other, Chairperson, other groupings, and in the northern, in Limpopo and so on. So, but on this two specifically, we will come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. I think part of what we must note is the fact that the labor force in its nature operates on the basis of greener pastures. So if you have got the Human Rights Commission, which is a smaller entity, then you have an NPA that is a bigger entity, then the labor force in its nature is going to choose the NPA. We have recently had a conversation with the Department of Justice relating to issues of some posts not being filled. And they literally told the committee that part of the problems is NPA is gnashing the capacity that they are looking for. So it becomes a competition even within the justice portfolio. So, but probably there are many contributing factors to that effect. It may vary from here and there. I think the issue which Mr. Nomvalo correctly raises of language rights is very important, considering the fact that Parliament has just passed the 18th constitutional amendment that recognizes sign language as an official language in South Africa. I think as time goes, all our departments are going to align properly. I think as things stands now on in the Department of Justice and the court administration, they only source those language interpreters as when they are needed. But I think it is important that the research document Mr. Nomvalo is talking about sponsors what must be the direction to that effect, in that the Human Rights Commission must be the one who's leading the discussion, must be the one who's advising the entire bed of ideas that relates to what Honorable Nomvalo is talking about, which I think is very important. I think, Chair, we can safely say as the committee that you are on the upward trajectory of performance. Considering the fact that the last meeting you had with the 6th committee, there were damning submissions by the committee against the commission. And from what has been presented towards us, it does look like there's work being done. But of course, there's still a huge room for improvement, that you must double the effort so that you are able to quarterly register a better performance as when time goes, so that you are able to compete. There's a competition in our portfolio. There's a huge competition. Yesterday we had legal aid and SIU. You see there's a serious competition that everyone wants to do better than the other one, and which is a competition as the committee support. Don't compete on other things, compete on better performance. That look, whatever NPA does, as the commission we're improving, we're going to perform better than the NPA. So it's a healthy competition that helps even and accelerate services being dispensed to the people. I think members, let's accept the presentation on the offices. I think it was quite elaborate, and it actually gave a glimpse of what really is happening as it relates to office space of the commission, and we support fully the issue relating to the mobile office. It will help you expand access. It will help you expand visibility. But I think moreover than that, you must consider, Chair, engaging more on public works and engaging more on the Department of Justice. Was in some of the instances, I remember with the public protector last time, in some of the instances, the department would actually house the public protector South Africa in their court infrastructure. So it helps you expand. So when you engage more with the department as well to check the available space, it will help you to even shrink and decrease the actual expenditure as it relates to offices. We support also what the CFO has said here, of investing and focusing on securing infrastructure for the commission, which is more financially viable than the month-to-month rentals. I think it can work very well, CFO. We support it. We'll be monitoring and giving you support in that particular aspect, because it will help the organization very well. There's an issue relating, Chair, to the stability of the commission, which from the point of view of the committee, the stability issue is concerning us. Is concerning us such that you'd recall that at some point we have received a number of letters from NEHAW representing workers that are working for the commission. And throughout time, we receive this kind of precautionary suspensions and stuff. But I think we'll leave that until you submit that detailed report to the committee, so that we're able to interact with the issue. But safe to say, Chair, that as part of our observations, we have prioritize the commission as part of our program for oversight, for physical oversight. But the details of which will actually be shared with the commission when we are done doing the program and we have allocated the actual days to that. The consequence management part will always be raised by Auditor General. But I think it's important for the commission itself to pre-audit itself, so that you are able to pick up some of the things that the Auditor General would actually pick up, so that you are able to attend to some of them as you can. I think it will be very important that you self-audit as well. I'm not sure if you have do you have an internal audit committee, but I think it's very important that you must be aggressive in attending to these audit challenges and stuff. There's an issue that I think we're picking up that you must also put focus on. If you check program by program, you check the performance on targets, then you check the spending. There is a particular misalignment there that I think CFO you must also pay attention to. For example, you'll find that in a particular year, I'm saying you pay attention to because you have made a disclaimer here that you all arrived in January and stuff. So I'm saying pay attention to it. The actual meeting of targets, which in some of the programs may be 60%, but the actual spending is 92%. I think you must pay attention to the alignment between performance and targets being met. There's an issue about budget. I think the commission has the smallest budget in our portfolio. I hear the CFO saying we must engage that the baseline be not cut, and if possible, there is an increment. This is the approach that we said we're going to use. Almost all of our entities are suffering from budget cuts. So we've said the best approach that we must employ to ensure that we support all the entities one by one. We are going to check your spending. Then it's your spending that is going to determine how do we then move forward in terms of supporting your budget. So we're dealing with the entity case by case. For some of the entities that came to us, I think the first one was the Office of the Chief Justice. That we must speak against budget cuts, we must support them, budget increase and all that stuff. And you said, we are going to analyze and interrogate each and every budget and the spending and the performance. Then that's the feature that is going to determine to us whether we say, remember, budget is approved by Parliament. So for us to say, no, we won't approve this budget of the Human Rights Commission because you cut it too hard, we must have tracked your spending as well, so that we align the two without sabotaging others. I'm sure you're going to address the issue of the audit and the matters raised by the Auditor General. We surely are going to ensure that we follow you in your footstep regarding that. But I think what the CFO was raising of remodeling the supply chain management is very important, because it means you have not been tracking your spending, because there's been numerous procurement processes that are done in different places. Say decentralized kind of procurement, and it's going to be a shortfall on you because you have not been following the spending, how even the actual compliance to the process. because that's one of the issues the AG looks at a very close eye. So you are going to be surprised at the end when you are to consolidate reports and find out that there are many issues that have been done in a very long way, and you end up as the commission incurring irregular expenditures, wasteful and fruitless expenditures. So I think the remodeling part will actually assist the commission to ensure that you reduce a frivolous in and out of invoices and quotations and stuff, and everyone having their hands on it. I think it's important, even the person who's going to be appointed, to ensure that there is a particular tracking of invoices. That when an invoice is received by the commission, they must check that has the work been done as per the expectation. So that you pay what we call value for money. You pay what has been done, and what has been done in accordance to the standards you as the commissioners set. There's an issue about this thing of panel of attorneys. We are picking up this thing because we have had the same problem with the Public Protector South Africa, which was raised by the Auditor General. We have had the same problem with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, which was raised by the Auditor General. And the Director General of the department explained it and said, the problem they have with soliciting legal services is this three-code system. That's why it is always raised by the Auditor General. So it's a risk, the three-code system. So you need, as well as the commission, to do away with it. It helps you in a whole range of issues. It helps you to be able to attend to legal or litigation matters in time, because it means you would not be going to the advert of a particular legal service or doing the three-code system that may take 3, 4, 5 days. You would imagine a day, Chair, when you have to do an agent application. Okay? You have to do an agent application and you must subject the commission to the three-code system. And it takes days such that the longevity of the three-code system actually collapses the reasons for agency. So that's one amongst the importance of why you must have this thing, because when you have a panel, when a matter arises, even in the morning, even at 12 a.m., you are just able to allocate it to an attorney in the panel. Then you move. So it's one of the issues that the AG has been stressing with us. Before AG appeared before us, I had a one-on-one with them, and they've raised these things. And they have raised it in a manner to help us assist you as the entities that are reporting to us, to assist you to be able to ensure that you perform better, you do as envisaged. Yes, it's true, Chair. It's true, Chair, that even ourselves as the committee would actually wish that the commission reaches to everyone. Rural, urban, township, churches, taverns, and everywhere else. Because you would find out that there are many human rights violations that we are not aware about. For example, as things are now, you have got a whole range of GBV cases and stuff, that which I think you would be able only to reach everyone or get a little bit closer to everyone when you have got enough resources. 208 million with a huge component of it used for compensation of employees would never be enough. But it does not mean that there must be no effort done. Hence, I even made a suggestion to you as the commission that also engage the department. The department has got a magistrate office across almost in every town in South Africa. So if you are able to, even if you have got two executives there, but as long as you are going to have people receiving complaints for processing, so that you expand your accessibility so that your performance is very much better. We are proceeding, I'm sure you would have seen, we're proceeding with filling the vacancy in the commission. We're soon going to do the selection and later interviews very soon. We're busy with the commission and the deputy pub protect. But part of what we're noting, every time there's a process about Human Rights Commission, we have got tons and tons of complaints against commissioners. We are still analyzing the situation, boss. It was the same situation in the 6th committee. It's the same situation even in the 7th committee. Every time we undergo a process of filling vacancies in the commission, we get tons and tons of complaints against commissioners. There are two possibilities to this, but we're still going to look at it. Is that commissioners are misbehaving. That's the first possibility. The second possibility is that even the complaints are actually mobilized for nefarious reasons. But as I said, we're going to look on the matter in a close eye so that we're able to arrest it. But nevertheless, even when there is a frivolous mobilization of complaints against commissioners, that does not mean that complaints must not be attended to. Let's attend to them. Even at the time when we think that this complaint actually does not hold water, it does. Let's attend to them to finality, so that we increase access, we increase visibility, and the commission is seen doing something in terms of human rights protection. So members, chair, and members of the commission and your secretariat, we thank you very much for coming to the committee to present the annual report. Chair, yes, Honorable Klopper, I see you. I'll come to you. I've just seen you now. I'll come to you shortly. We are going to monitor this document you have submitted to us today. Is going to form part of the basis for our oversight. We are going to develop a research document, a research analysis on Human Rights Commission. And we're going to gray line the thematic areas at which we're going to prioritize our oversight. Honorable Klopper, you can come.
Thank you, Chairperson. My humble apologies. I'm not sure if it's the gadget or I just didn't hear. My last question when I came in about the non-disclosures, was it answered? Because I missed the reply.
No, I don't think it was answered. Chair, the issue of why is the staff made to sign non-disclosure forms?
Chair, Honorable Chair, I'm not aware of it, but I will investigate.
Okay. Honorable Klopper, did you get that?
I did. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the committee.
Yes, we are as well going to make a follow-up. It's fine. It's fine. Chair and the commissioners, the COO, the CFO, the COO and the acting CEO, the CFO, and the entire of your contingent, Chair, we really appreciate you coming here, and would have to release you now. We'll be taking the Information Regulator. Committee Chair, have you secured the Information Regulator?
Chair, the regulator is only available at 12:30.
12:30. Okay. It's already about 18 minutes past 12 now. Okay, Chair of the Commission, you are now released. Thank you very much. Members, we're going to take the information regulator at 12:30.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much to you. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Commission and its staff, thank you so much for your guidance and we will come back to you on some of the things that you've asked, but thank you so much for your guidance in regard to where you want to see the Commission goes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members, we're going to, let's take a 10 minutes break. We're going to resume at 12:30.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording stopped.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good, and how are you?
All right, thank you.
Nomzamo, are you on the platform?
Let me just ask her to quickly join.
Yes, I am on the platform, acting CEO. Good morning, good day.
Okay, I've just made you a co-host. Can we try, sharing the presentation?
Thank you. I'll try now. Is it appearing on your side?
Not yet. Yeah, I think it's coming up now. Yeah, I can see it now. Okay,
Should I take it down for now?
Yeah, just for for now.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, members. Members, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chair.
Welcome back to the second round of our today's marathon of meetings. Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development will be receiving an annual report from the Information Regulator. An annual report from the Information Regulator, spending and performance for Q1 and Q2, 2024-2025 financial year, the forward funding proposals towards the medium-term expenditure framework 2025. Committee Secretary, can you confirm if the Information Regulator is already connected to the meeting?
Chair, I confirm that the Information Regulator is on the platform.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much for asking.
Okay, then we'll be receiving a briefing from you. I think it is important that before we proceed with the actual contents of the briefing, you first introduce the delegation you are leading to the committee meeting. It is so important because this is our first meeting with the regulator as well. We are also a new committee, so it is important that members also familiarize with themselves with the Information Regulator. So you'll introduce them, then you will tell who is going to present what. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me start by introducing the members of the regulator. We are 5. 3 of us are full-time and 2 are part-time. I'm Pensi Tlakula, I'm the chairperson of the regulator. And can I ask the members please to switch on their videos when I introduce them? There is Advocate Lebogang Stroom. Are you on the line? And can you please switch on your mic, your camera? I don't know if you are seeing it. I'm joining with a small device. There was a bit of a problem with my other device. Advocate Stroom, are you on the line?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, there she is.
Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Information Regulator. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the committee and honorable members. My name is Lebogang Stroom. I'm one of the members, full-time members of the Information Regulator. Thank you.
And she's responsible for PAIA, Promotion of Access to Information Act. Advocate Weapon, can you please switch on your mic, your camera, and introduce yourself?
Yes, Chair. Good morning to the chairperson of the committee. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to the chairperson of the regulator, members and colleagues. My name is Colin Weapon. I am a full-time member designated for the protection of personal information. That will now be Popia. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Tilly.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson of the committee and Chairperson of the regulator and members of the regulator and other friends and colleagues. My name is Alison and I am the one of the 2 part-time members of the regulator.
Okay, Mr. Gwala, are you on the line? Is Mr. Gwala on the line? Does anyone? Okay, while he might be running late or maybe he has issues. And then there are executives, Chairperson, who are accompanying us. I'm submitting an apology on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Musala Nyana Musala. he has a personal issues that he is attending to, which he couldn't get out of, but he has designated Advocate Buikanyo to act. Advocate Buikanyo is the head of POPIA. He's going to make the main presentation and also the presentation relating to POPIA. And then he will introduce, we also have executives from PAIA. The one from PAIA is acting because the executive that you know, Mr. Namasisi, has resigned. The legal aid board has stolen him from us. We are very sad. And then we have the chief financial officer, Ms. Zulu, the chief information officer, Mr. Luyaba, and Ms. Zondi on behalf of the executive for education and communication, who is traveling abroad on an information integrity conference. So that's us, Chairperson, and they are going to be making a presentation. Please indicate, Chair, how long we have, because I would like to make a few introductory remarks before I hand over to Mr. Advocate Buikanyo to do the presentation. How long do we have so that we time ourselves?
Judging from your slides, you have got about 40 slides.
Yes.
Can we make it 40 minutes?
Okay. Thank you very much, executives. I hope you will look at that and make sure that we keep within the time so that we can leave enough time for questions. Just at a high level, Chairperson, what are my introductory remarks? You look at our vision and mission, and one of the our vision is that we want to be a world-class organization. That's what we're aiming for. We are marching towards that vision because we've taken leadership positions on access to information and data protection globally. On the African continent, we chair the network of African Information Commissioners, and globally we sit on the International Conference for Information Commissioners. That is on the access side. And on the data protection side, although it is still confidential, we heard that we have been elected to serve on the executive committee of that Global Privacy Network, which is the network of data protection authorities throughout the world, and this will be announced in November. Of course, we're trying to live our values. We have a little challenge with responsiveness, especially, and this is caused by the high number of POPIA, complaints that we receive vis-a-vis the limited number of staff members that we have in that environment. And also to say that we have now been listed. You know, Chairperson, that since we were established in 2016, we've been fighting the issue of listing in the PFMA. And in May, we informed that we've now been listed as a Schedule 3A entity, which is a national public entity. Good news and bad news as far as that is concerned. The good news is that we will cease to be a line item in the budget of the Department of Justice, because we'll now be controlling our own budget and will be an independent institution. Of course, the challenge that we have is that we still have that conflict between the PFMA and the Protection of Personal Information Act insofar as the governance structure is concerned, because the PFMA says there will be an executive, will be the executive authority or accounting authority, and yet our act provides that the CEO is the accounting officer. But I think that issue will unfold as we move forward. And of course, the listing of the regulator is going to bring with it some financial implications, because we have to develop new systems so that, because we're going to be now audited as an entity by the Auditor General, so we are going to be requiring funding for that, to open bank accounts, to establish systems and so on. And when we present your budget, Chairperson, you will see that, because we have to get additional funding for us to function as a Schedule 3 entity. We are also looking at the funding model of the Information Regulator, because we are seeing a situation where our enforcement notices are being challenged in court. As we speak now, we have about 5, if I'm not mistaken, applications in court challenging our decisions because our decisions are binding. The chairperson might have been aware that in the media we announced that we made findings against WhatsApp, and they have told us that they are challenging us. The Department of Justice is challenging us. Department of Fishery and Forestry and Fisheries is challenging us, and there are also 2 other private bodies that are challenging our decisions. So that will increase litigation costs quite enormously for the regulator. And we are dealing with people with big pockets, you can imagine, deep pockets. WhatsApp, they have the deepest pockets ever. So really, this is what I wanted to say, Chairperson. Just by way of introduction at a high level policy level. And with that, and with your permission, Chairperson, I will ask Advocate Buganyo to then make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Lakula, the Chairperson of the Regulator. Let me start off by greeting the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Honorable members, it is my privilege and honor to be presenting the annual report for 2023-2024 and the 2024-2025 quarterly report for the Information Regulator. As has already been mentioned by the Chairperson of the Regulator, we have quite a few colleagues, the divisional heads that are going to be assisting with providing clarity in areas where the clarity might be requested by the honorable members. With that said, we can then go into today's presentation. Essentially, the structure of this presentation is as follows. We're first going to start off with the purpose and then go into the strategic overview and the key policy developments and legislative changes. Then we're going to be touching on the members of the regulator and shortly just the role of the members of the regulator and the work that they perform, the organizational structure. Then we'll get to the annual performance of 2023-2024, and then the performance of quarter 1 and 2, and the 2023-2024 expenditure. And lastly, we'll be heading over to the CEO for the CEO to deal with issues relating to the budget. Part A of this report is really the strategic overview. We start off with the strategic overview in Part A, and under the strategic overview, we deal with our mission. The Chairperson of the Regulator has touched on our vision. And our vision is really to have a world-class institution in the protection of personal information and the promotion of access to information. Our mission is to have an independent institution which regulates the processing of personal information and the promotion of access to information in accordance with the Constitution and the law to protect the rights of everyone. Really, these underpin our values, which are transparency, accountability, integrity, responsiveness, impartiality, and excellence. The honorable members, Chair, and the honorable members, you may be aware that we have a dual mandate. The one part of the mandate centers on PAIA and the other part of our mandate centers on our work in relation to the protection of personal information. And as a regulator, we've looked at PAIA and we've identified a lacuna with regard to the implementation of PAIA being a 24-year-old legislation. Essentially, the lacuna centers on the enforcement powers, which are not commensurate to those that are provided for in POPIA. So the work that we are currently engaging in is to ensure that we effect the necessary amendments to PAIA to ensure that it really is in tandem with POPIA insofar as the enforcement powers are concerned. So this is through the slide, we just wanted to highlight that particular work that we've already begun. The members of the regulator, as Advocate Tlakula has already pointed out, are appointed in terms of Section 41 of POPIA. And in order for them to perform their work, they've established committees in terms of Section 49. And this slide essentially just depicts the members and the committees that they are responsible for. As Advocate Tlakula has already highlighted, there are 5 members of the regulator, with the Advocate Tlakula being the chairperson. She is responsible for the Policy, Governance and International Cooperation Committee. Then we have Advocate Stroom, that is responsible for the Complaints and Investigation Committee. We have Ms. Alison Tilly, that is responsible for the Education and Communication Committee. We have Advocate Weapon, responsible for the Compliance and Monitoring Committee and the Corporate Services Committee. And lastly, we have Mr. Mfana Gwala, who is responsible for the Legal, Policy and Research Committee. We can go to the next slide. Our organizational structure is depicted here, and essentially the chairperson is at the helm of the regulator and the members. The chairperson sets the direction for the information regulator. Then we have Mr. Musalanyana Musala, who is the CEO, and the chairperson has already tendered an apology on his behalf. And we then have the number of divisions that then report to the CEO, Mr. Musalanya Musala. We have the POPIA division, we have the PAIA division, we have the Education and Communication division, Legal Services division, and then we have the Corporate Service division, and then lastly, the Financial Management division. But there are other structures that are proposed, and the 2 structures that are in red are the 2 new structures that are being proposed by the information regulator. We can go to the next stage. Part B really deals with the institutional program performance information. And this slide that you see, the graphs depict the work that has been performed for the 2023 financial year and the 2023-2024 financial year. The yellow part is if you look at it, would depict the 2022-2023 financial year. So if you look at that slide, the POPIA division attained 100% for that 2022-2023 financial year. The PAIA division attained also 100% for that period. And we have Educom division in terms of the performance, 88%, Legal Services 100%, and Administration 100%. The blue will depict the 2023-2024 financial year, and the percentages are indicated there. With your indulgence, Chairperson, I'm just going to pick up a bit of speed. I'm wary of the time that has been allocated to us. This is a schematic representation of our performance against the planned targets. And the color codes will indicate the various divisions. And we start off with on the extreme left, you have the total annual targets, and then in the middle next to it you have the total planned annual targets, and then you have the total unplanned targets, and then you have the total achieved and the total not achieved. And you will see that we had in terms of the total annual targets, we had 4 for POPIA, we had 4 for PAIA, 5 for POPIA, 4 for PAIA. Educom we have 5, and we have for Legal Services we had 2, and then we had 4 for the administration, and then we had those that are depicted next to them. You would reflect the total planned annual targets, and the chairperson of the portfolio committee would indicate the amount of detail if you require me to get into the details pertaining to the performance. But we can go to the next slide. This is our impact statement, that all persons are empowered to assert their right to privacy as it relates to the protection of personal information and access to information. We now come to our performance information. And in terms of program 1, which is POPIA, we had our output indicator was the percentage of complex complaints received, investigated, and finalized. And our target, our planned annual target for the 2023-2024 financial year was 60% of complex complaints received, investigated, and finalized. And we overachieved that. 100%, our performance is 100% of the complex complaints received, investigated, and finalized. And I need to just pause here, Honorable Chairperson and members, and just highlight the fact that with our performance over the years, we had then looked at a number of divisions that were not performing well. And if you look at the performance of the Popia division 3 years ago, you would note that it was only at 14%, and there were measures that were put in place to ensure that we perform. Now, the complaints were prioritized, and there was additional staff that was appointed. And more importantly, in order to ensure that we meet our targets as the Popia division, we then had to also work overtime to ensure that we achieve our targets. Then we have as the next one is the percentage of simple complaints received, investigated, and resolved within the prescribed timeframes. We have our annual target is 100%, and we achieved the annual target of 100%. The next one is the number of responsible parties that are assessed on compliance with Popia. We had 12 responsible parties that were assessed on compliance with Popia, but we then assessed 13. And there's a simple reason why we assessed 13 is that at the beginning of the financial year, when we were planning, we identified that we should put 13 responsible parties so that in the event that one of the responsible parties is not cooperative with the division, then we are able to still be within the target. But due to the fact that we had cooperation from the responsible parties, we're able to finalize the 13 assessments. The next one is the percentage of responsible parties assessed upon request within the prescribed timeframes. Our target was 50%, annual target was 50%. We didn't have any requests from responsible parties for assessment within this period, and therefore the performance is 0 in relation to that. We had our output indicator was a number of guidance note on direct marketing developed and approved, and we had one guidance note on direct marketing developed and approved, and we then achieved accordingly. Our program 2 is promotion of access to information. Output indicators, the performance of complex complaints received, investigated, and completed within the prescribed timelines. And we had our annual target is 60% of the complex complaints received and investigated and completed. And we overachieved in relation to this. There was, insofar as this division is concerned, we had in-house training, and there was a process of ensuring that most of these complaints were finalized also through conciliations, and some of the investigation was prioritized. The next one is the percentage of simple complaints received and resolved within the prescribed timeframes. Our annual target was 100% of simple complaints investigated and resolved. We achieved 100% target of finalization. The next one is the number of targeted public and private bodies assessed on compliance with the provisions of BAIA. Our target was 108 targeted public and private bodies assessed on compliance, and we achieved this target. We were able to finalize 108. And the next one is the percentage of public and private bodies assessed upon request within the prescribed period. Our target was 50% of public and private bodies assessed upon request. We overachieved, and our performance was at 100%. And there was in-house training, and there was improved efficiencies within the BAIA division in order to ensure that we meet our targets in relation to this. We can go to the next slide. Insofar as the Education and Communications division is concerned, the output indicator, the first output indicator is the percentage of national representative sample of the population who are aware of their right to privacy as it relates to the protection of personal information. And our planned targets annually was the research report indicating 10% awareness about the right to privacy. And we overachieved this. The research report indicated that 33% of the population was aware of the sample was aware about their rights to privacy. And really the reason for this was that the more research that that was conducted hypothesized that there was a number of people that were aware more than the target that we had predicted of 10%. The next one is the percentage of nationally representative sample of the population who are aware of their rights to access to information, and our planned target was the research report indicating 10% awareness about the rights of access to information. We also overachieved insofar as this one, and the same reason is provided for the overachievement. And the next one is the number of education programs conducted to promote the protection of personal information. And our planned target was 9 educational programs conducted to promote the protection of personal information. We overachieved. We had 11 educational programs conducted to promote the protection of personal information. And really, this was as a result of the need that was identified insofar as this is concerned. The next one is the number of education programs conducted to promote access to information. We had 9 educational programs conducted to promote access to information. We overachieved. We conducted 10 education programs to promote awareness. And really, the need out there was also the factor that led us to overachieve. I may just pause for the benefit of the honorable members to say that the Mr. Dimba, who is responsible for the Education and Communication Division, is sitting with quite a number of requests for additional for training. And we have to then, from when we have these, to prioritize and ensure that we look at where the need is. And obviously, issues of the funding are really at the forefront of the decisions that we would make in relation to where we would go to provide the training or education that is required to the members of the public. The next one is the number of public awareness programs conducted on information rights at community levels. Our annual target was 34 public awareness programs on information rights. We overachieved, and we conducted 36 public awareness programs on information rights. And really, the reason is the same. It is the demand that really led to us conducting. We had to stretch ourselves as the information regulator to ensure that we meet the demands. The next program is program 4, legal services, and the output indicator is the number of proposed legislation or policy of government examined and reports submitted to the minister. And our planned target was to have 6 proposed relevant legislation or policy of government examined and reports submitted, and we overachieved. We achieved rather 6. The 6 proposed relevant legislation or policy of government were examined, and the reports were submitted. The next one was the rules concerning the application of Section 32(1)(b) and F of OPIA. These are the planned target was draft rules concerning the application of Section 32(1)(b) and F, and unfortunately, the target here was not achieved. And I need to pause here for the members, the honorable members, and just to indicate the fact that these rules are rules within the health sector, and it's a very complicated sector. So due to the complexity of really of these rules, it took some time. It took some time for the regulator to be able to put these rules together. And further to this, there's a consultation that we had to embark on with the relevant sectors, and this also took a bit of time. And that is why we were not able to achieve this particular target that has been that I've just highlighted. We can go to the next slide. The next slide is the Office of the Chief Executive Officer. The output indicator is the percentage of recommendations and findings of the Enforcement Committee considered and finalized. And our planned annual target was 100% of recommendations and findings of the Enforcement Committee considered and finalized. We did not achieve this because we had a 75% of the recommendations and findings, of the information of the Enforcement Committee considered and finalized. Now I need to just pause for the benefit of the members and just say the following. The Enforcement Committee of the Information Regulator makes recommendations to the members of the regulator, and the members of the regulator will then issue what we call an enforcement notice. Now, in doing this, the members would often find situations where they have to obtain additional evidence which had not been obtained by the enforcement committee before they can issue an enforcement notice. And there are examples, quite a number of examples, but the immediate example that I can give to the members is the matter of the State Security Agency, which is a very complex matter. And the complainant there was Mr. Maybeck. And this was a very complex matter, and the members had to then go and obtain additional evidence before they could issue an enforcement notice. So this is what occasions some of the delay insofar as some of these matters are concerned. And in terms of this output indicator, the strategy that we have to overcome the underperformance is we've looked at it and we've said that the rules of procedure for the enforcement committee will be revised to accommodate strategies on how to deal with highly complex matters. We can go to the next slide. The next slide relates to corporate services. The output indicator is the number of research on technological changes affecting protection of personal information conducted. Our plan target was 1, and we achieved that. The next one is program 5C, it is finance. The output indicator is the percentage of expenditure on allocated budget annually for goods and services and machinery and equipment spent. And our planned annual target for the 2023-2024 financial year was the 95% expenditure on allocated budget annually for goods and services and machinery and equipment spent. And we overachieved. We overachieved this. Our performance is 100% expenditure on allocated budget annually for goods and services and machinery and equipment spent. And the reason why we overachieved insofar as this is concerned was a reprioritization of invoices that had been in the system. And the CFO, I'll invite the CFO just to come in at a later stage and just explain some of these issues that I'm highlighting. The next one is the percentage of goods and services and capital asset procured against approved procurement plan. And our target for the financial year was 95% of goods and services and capital asset procured against approved procurement plan. We overachieved 155% of goods and services and capital assets procured against approved procurement plan. And really, the reprioritization was also the reason why we overachieved our target. Our performance for Q1 and Q2 for the 2024-2025 financial year is as follows. We are going to start with program 1. Maybe before we start with program 1, let us give the overall performance for the financial year for Q1 and Q2. We have the performance for Q1. The performance for Q1, insofar as POPIA is concerned, is the total number of indicators. We had 5 total number of indicators, and the planned ones were 4, and the not planned ones there was 1 that was not planned, and the total achieved is 4. And the performance is 100%, just like in Q2, where we have 100%. And with your indulgence, Chairperson, I am not going to necessarily highlight everything that is on the slide. Suffice to say that 4 of the divisions attained 100% in both Q1 and Q2, which is POPIA, PAIA, Educom, and Legal Services in both Q1 and 2. And it is only the Office of the CEO, insofar as the issues relating to the Enforcement Committee that I've mentioned, and it's an annual target that I spoke about, and the division, the finance division, that did not attain the 100%, and the CFO will come in. I'm just going to go into the next slide, which really are a breakdown of this overview that I've presented to the members. Just like we had presented, insofar as Q1 is concerned, complex complaints received, investigated, and completed within the prescribed time frame is our output. Our output indicator is percentage of complex complaints received, investigated and completed within the prescribed time frame. And our annual target was 60% of the complex complaints received, investigated, and completed within the prescribed time frame. And for Q1, as I've already mentioned, the target was 30%, and there was an overachievement at 66%. And in Q2, the target was 40%, and there was an overachievement of 61%. Insofar as the simple complaints are concerned, there was an overachievement. The Q1 target was 30%, and the output was 34%. And so far as Q2 is concerned, the target was 40%, and there was an overachievement. The performance was 60%. Insofar as the responsible parties are concerned that are assessed in compliance with POPIA, the target was 3, and the 3 was achieved, and the same pertains to Q2, where the target was 3, and this target of 3 was attained. We did not have any responsible party that had requested an assessment in terms of the provisions of Section 89. And insofar as the guidance note on direct marketing is concerned, we achieved our target insofar as the guidance note on trans-border flow of information was concerned, and in Q1, and insofar as Q2 was concerned, there was approval of this guidance note by the administration, which is what was required in terms of the APP. Can go to the next one. Insofar as Program 2 is concerned, there was an overachievement. 100% of the complaints. This is really what was depicted in the previous slide that I had touched on, that captured the overall performance. There was an overachievement. 100% of the complex complaints that were received were investigated and finalized within the prescribed turnaround time of 12 months. And our target had been for Q1 had been 20% of those complex complaints received, investigated, and completed within the prescribed time frame. Insofar as Q2 is concerned, 35% of the complex complaints received, investigated, and completed within the prescribed time frames, and our actual performance was 100% of the complex complaints received, investigated, and finalized within the prescribed time frame. And insofar as the simple complaints are concerned, the target was 35%. We overachieved. The performance was 100% in Q1, and insofar as Q2 was concerned, 45% was the target, and the actual performance is 100%. And when we come to the targeted public and private bodies assessed on compliance with provisions of PAIA, our target for Q1 was 20 targeted public and private bodies assessed on compliance. We achieved this. The 20 was achieved. And similarly, insofar as Q2 is concerned. Insofar as public and private bodies were concerned, assessed upon request within the prescribed timeframes, our target was 25%. We overachieved this, and our target, our actual performance was 100% for Q1. Our target for Q2 was 30%, and we overachieved this, and our actual performance is 100%. We can go to the next slide. Education and communication subdivision. The target for Q1 was 3 education programs conducted to promote protection of personal information. We overachieved this, and we conducted 4. And insofar as Q2 is concerned, the target was 4, and we overachieved this and conducted 5. The next one is the education programs conducted to promote access to information. Our target was 3. We overachieved. We conducted 4 in Q1, and insofar as Q2 is concerned, the target was 4, and we were able to achieve the target, and we conducted the 4 in question. Insofar as our public awareness programs on the right of access to information and the right to privacy, protection of personal information is concerned at community level, our target for Q1 was 6 public awareness programs that we had to conduct, and what we then achieved is 6 public awareness programs conducted. And in Q2, we had 8 public awareness programs that were, and there was an overachievement insofar as Q2 is concerned. We had 10 public awareness programs conducted. Insofar as legal services is concerned, insofar as the first output is concerned, Section 41B, on the number of proposed legislation or policy of government examined and reports submitted to the minister. There were no milestones for Q1, and insofar as our target is concerned, there were no milestones, and so equally for Q1, insofar as the output is concerned, there would be no milestones, and consequently, insofar as Q2 is concerned, also you would have no milestones because you don't have any target insofar as the milestone is concerned, due to the fact that this is an annual target. And insofar as the litigation matters successfully managed are concerned, our target for Q1 is 100% of the litigation matters successfully managed. We achieved the 100% litigation of matters successfully managed. The same applies for Q2. And insofar as Section 112C of Popular Draft Regulations are concerned, our annual target for Q1 was the approval by members. We achieved this target. We have the approval by the members. We can go to the next slide. The Office of the CEO, the output is the recommendation and findings of the Enforcement Committee considered and finalized, and the output indicators the percentage of recommendations and findings of the Enforcement Committee considered and finalized. And the annual target is 50% of the recommendations and findings of the Enforcement Committee considered and finalized. And because of this, this is an annual target, we also don't have the milestones for Q1 and Q2 respectively. We can then go to program 5C, which is finance. Under output 1, the allocated budget for goods and services and capital asset spend. And our output indicator was the percentage expenditure on allocated budget annually for goods and services and machinery and equipment spend. And our annual target was 95%. And in Q1, the target was 25% allocated budget for goods and services and capital asset spend. And insofar as Q1 is concerned, we did not achieve this. It was 60%. Our performance was 60% of the allocated budget for goods and services and capital asset spend. And in Q2, our target was 60% of allocated budget for goods and services and capital asset spend. And so far as our performance is concerned, we also did not achieve this. Our performance was 33% of allocated goods, allocated budget for goods and services and capital asset spend. Insofar as goods and services and capital assets are concerned, our output indicator was the percentage of goods and services and capital assets procured against approved procurement plan. Our annual target was 95% of planned procurement completed. In Q1, our target was 25%. We did not achieve this. Our performance was 10%. And insofar as Q2 is concerned, our target was 65% of the planned procurement for the quarter, and we did not achieve this. Our performance was at 22.6%. And with your indulgence, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, I'm going to invite the CFO, Ms. Zulu, to just quickly come in and provide a bit of clarity for the members relating to why these targets in Q1 and Q2 were not achieved. Ms. Zulu, over to you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee, Chair of the Information Regulator and the members, executives and the colleagues on the call. My name is Glenn Zulu, as Advocate Weganyo has indicated. I am responsible for the program 5C, which is finance, and the reasons for underachievement. I will just give a bit of a background and history to this challenge. We have a budget of goods and services which amounts to about 30 million, and 40% of that goods and services budget is allocated to IT, and it's our budget for developing systems. So we have entered into a service level agreement with a few service providers. One of them is SETA. In one of the service level agreements that we had entered into in 2022, which was supposed to be a 3-year project, we have been struggling with the deliverables in terms of the complaints management system. The complaints management system was meant to be delivered in 2022. Unfortunately, it still hasn't been delivered. So what we normally do is that we put the money aside for the commitment of this system, preempting that it will be concluded in the financial year. Every financial year, then we have to reprioritize the funding that we had allocated for the system because it is not completed as yet to fund our other priorities. And it affects both our procurement in terms of percentage spent, and it also affects the spending in terms of our expenditure on a quarterly basis. So in the first and the second quarter, what we had preempted that we would pay to SETA was about 6 million. So unfortunately, we have again reached a point of dispute, which had to be taken to National Treasury for intervention, because we were of the view that it is affecting our budget moving forward, because we had projected that we were going to conclude our business with SETA in 2022-23, but unfortunately we have not, which means the budget that was allocated for this project has fallen away with the previous years because we reprioritized it into other areas. So since we are still in that dispute and it's now getting to the third quarter and we haven't spent, we will be forced again to reprioritize the funding to other areas that have not been funded. So as soon as we have done that, then the goods and services will also accelerate in terms of procurement, and then the expenditure will pick up. But we are hoping that because Treasury has come to be a mediator in our process, we will find a point of conciliation and conclude on the matter and be able to pay SETA. So it's been a historical expenditure trend, as you will see as I now present the expenditure report for the previous year, that it has been a trend in the previous years that we were not able to deplete our expenditure due to the fact that we paralyze ourselves waiting for the commitment that we have in terms of our SLA with SETA. And then eventually we end up not being able to spend the funds. In the past, we used to return them to National Treasury, but we've subsequently learned that reprioritizing those funds actually assists us. So through your permission, Chair, if I may proceed with the expenditure report for the annual report, as indicated in the presentation on the screen now. We have 2 years that we are presenting, which is 2022 and 2023 expenditure report. And we can see on the far right of the spreadsheet that in 2022-23, we underspent our budget by 11.6 million, which is a translation of 12% of underspending, or 11.6 if it is not rounded off. In terms of our final appropriation, we had received 100.6 million. And as I've indicated, 30% of that is for goods and services. And the actual expenditure was 88.9 million, which left us with an underspending of 11.6, which is created by the same background that I have just given. So if I go in terms of economic classification of the previous year, which is 2022-23, the compensation of employees budget was spent, it was 71.7 that was appropriated, and the actual expenditure was 64 million, which left us with 7.6 million. And then under goods and services, we had 22 million. and 22 million was spent, and we were left with 917,000. And household and payments is 267,000, and we spent all of it. Machinery and equipment, this is where most of the expenditure for SETA payments comes from. And the software and intangibles, we also underspent by 3 million in both those areas. But if you look at the strategy that we implemented in 2023, which seems to have worked very well, our final appropriation, it was 107.9 million, and the actual expenditure was 107.7 million, leaving the amount of 236,000. And if you convert that in terms of percentages, we spent about 99.9% of our budget. If we had not reprioritized the invoices that were not actually concluded for SETA, we still would have stayed in the same underspending mode that we have been actually performing at in the previous years. So it shows that by us changing the strategy, it actually assisted. So I am going to move, with your permission, Chair, into our budget proposal of 2025. So I will start with the current baseline that we currently have. The allocation of the indicative allocation over the MTEF between 2025 to 2027-28. If we look at the bottom of the total line, we can see that under the total, we have 110.8 million of the budget in this year, 2024-25. And then over the MTEF, starting from 2025, we have 135.7, which is a slight increase. There was a commitment that was made by the Minister of Finance 5 years ago, which was actually indicating that they will be funding the Information Regulator in phases. So in all our motivation for additional fund, we have been indicating that we are requesting the Minister to make good of that commitment so that we can actually be able to capacitate the Information Regulator the way that it should. So if you look into the 2026, then the growth is 4%. It's indicating that it's 1.4 million, and then 2027-28 is 146 million. And if you actually consolidate or sum up all the money for the MTEF for the 3 years between 25 to 2027-28, it amounts to 434 million. So that is the indicative allocation that we have currently, if nothing changes, because the cost containment measures are never announced, and sometimes they come and we find that this amount has been reduced. If we can move to the next slide. So our funding proposal, we have put on our proposal during the MTEF period with National Treasury, and we are requesting that our baseline be reviewed in the next coming 3 years over the MTEF. So that it can give us as the regulator an opportunity to develop our own funding model for our long-term financial viability. Because what we have proved now, that we have seen that we spend all our budget, it is not going to be sustainable, because in the next coming 3 years, there's a lot of changes that have come in our space. If we can move into the next slide. So the chair indicated earlier that we have just been listed as a Schedule 3A in March, which is good news, but we all understand that it comes with the costs for compliance. So what it means then is that we are going to request assistance and support in terms of aligning ourselves to the compliances in terms of Schedule 3A entities. So the first change that comes with our being scheduled as 3A is the change in accounting systems. Previously, in this current year and previously, we have been subsumed in the budget of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and we were just a responsibility under a program, which means that we were using a modified cash standard basis of accounting. So what it means now that we are a 3A is that we are going to change our accounting policies completely. We are going to be migrating towards an accrual basis of accounting, which requires us to report in terms of GRAP standard. What this entails is that we need to change our accounting system to align with the accounting standard, which is expected for us to report on. So which means we will require funding for the new systems, the hardware, the licenses, and the subscription fees. And then we are also going to be facing a change in governance structures. Since we were just a branch under the Department of Justice, we were actually sharing the governance structures with the Department of Justice. Now, it would mean we would have to have our own independent structures because the audit committee cannot have oversight on two separate accounting systems. So which means now we have to have our independent risk and audit committee, and we have to also create capacity in terms of internal audit. We have never had an internal audit unit or subdivision in the Information Regulator because we were audited under the Department of Justice. So now we are going to be audited independently, which also means that we have to set aside the funding for the audit fees. It will require that we set up all these structures in order for us to be ready for being audited by the Auditor General. And then in the next, we are also going to require to change the organogram of the Information Regulator to support the new structures that come with being a Schedule 3A entity. So which means now we have to ensure that we take into consideration that the structure must adequately support the segregation of duties, which then means that we will require additional capacity. Previously, we were prioritizing the core functions and we were not really capacitating the administrative functions, which is the support functions. So which means now we will request the support in terms of capacitating IT, human resources, and supply chain and finance. Now we will also have our bank accounts, which means then we will have to set aside costs for bank charges and the costs that come with having bank accounts. We will have to have people that are going to reconcile the bank accounts and our general ledger, so that comes at a cost. And then we also have a lot of systems that we were dependent on in terms of operational systems, such as asset management system and bookkeeping system functions, cashiers. All those functions were done at the DOJ. If, for example, we needed petty cash, we needed to complete a form, and the cashier who is on the DOJ side will process our transactions. So if we're an entity on our own, we will need to have capacity in terms of this, and obviously we'll have to buy safes. We will have to have our building configured in such a way that it has a secured place where we can keep a little bit of floats that we will keep in the premises of the regulator. And then we are also taking cognizance of the fact that as we will be capacitating the administration, we also have to make sure that the core function is also capacitated so that it can expand the footprint of the regulator nationally as well as internationally. I think Chair has alluded earlier of the responsibilities that are growing in terms of international responsibilities. So that will require capacitations in terms of the core. The capacitation of the core, since we have been in practice for a number of years now, we are seeing that there's a lot of increase in security compromises, and this is going to require additional capacity. And the risk that we have identified is if we don't deal with the issue of security compromises, which is increasing, we may face a risk of increasing our litigation. should anyone want to take us on review for failing to do our duties in terms of security compromises. So we will definitely need capacity in this area, and it is a specialized area. It borders between the understanding of legislation as well as POPIA as well as IT. So the chair has indicated in her opening remarks that we are facing increasing litigation in terms of the enforcement committee notices being challenged in court. So it is anticipated that these costs will increase over time and even further in the future. And she did indicate that we are dealing with the big companies that have a financial muscle to actually support themselves towards the regulator. And then in terms of the number of complaints, we have seen an alarming increase in the number of complaints as the EDUCOM division conducts public awareness. We are realizing that the communities are becoming more aware of their rights in terms of both as legislation, which is POPIA and PIA. So after every session that we hold of public engagements, we come back and we find ourselves with the number of increased complaints due to the understanding of the legislation. If we can move on to the next slide. The regulator also needs to increase on targeted assessments, which is one of the areas that we do in terms of compliance and monitoring, just so that we make sure that public and private sector is also aligning to both pieces of our legislation. We will also need additional capacity in terms of dealing with our complex and simple complaints, to enable the regulator to adhere to its own legislation in terms of POPIA. POPIA has a number of complaints, and they keep on increasing, and our legislation sets the timelines for completing those complaints. So in order for us to be able to keep up with the volumes and still align ourselves to our legislation, we will need to add capacity in this area. And we have seen that we have overachieved in some of the areas of public awareness, and that is due to the fact that for now, CETA has not been billing us and has not been concluding. So we were able to reprioritize the funding so that we can accelerate some of our core functions. But in future, we will definitely need capacitation in this area so that we can actually cover the scope of most of the provinces and the regions of the country. And then we will also need to increase our ability to conduct research. We have seen that there is an emerge of artificial intelligence. So we need to proactively do our research so that we can be able to legislate this area in terms of data subjects. So if we don't have sufficient funding, we will be overtaken by events and we might not be able to legislate this area as we should. And it's quite a complex area. If we can move to the next slide. Then what we are requesting over the MTEF as our funding proposal, we are requesting that we be funded for the next coming 3 years. In total, we are requesting 133 million over the period of 3 years. If broken into financial years, we are requesting for 2025 that we are funded 40.8 million. And we have indicated the reasons why we need a capacitation under compensation of employees, which would be translated to 17.9 million. And then the concomitant costs of goods and services, because as you increase your compensation, you need to also take into cognizance the tools of trade and the resources that you will require for the people that you have appointed. We've also mentioned the issue of the systems that will need to be changed in terms of machinery and equipment. So we are requesting that we be funded at least 6.5. So over the MTEF, we are requesting 133 million, which is fragmented in terms of financial years, 40.8 million. In the first year, 2026, 44. And then 2027 is 48.6 million. If we can move to the next slide. We did indicate earlier in our funding proposal, that the reason why we are requesting to be funded for the next 3 years is because we are in the process of developing our own funding model. So the funding model is our methodical and institutionalized approach of building our own reliable revenue base that will support the organization's core programs and services. In terms of Section 52 of our Act, which is POPIA, the funding model that is currently available in terms of our legislation is the appropriated funds by Parliament, which we have just discussed. And then in terms of also Section 1111 of POPIA, we have the prescribed fees as also part of our funding model. Although we have these prescribed fees in terms of POPIA, we should take into cognizance that we have not actually gone to an extent of having these approved by the Minister of Finance, and they have not yet been gazetted. So we are not deriving any benefit out of it, because even though it is in our legislation, we still have to have it, and then we still have to have it gazetted. So the current funding model has proved that it's not sustainable for the Information Regulator. It has proven that it is insufficient. So we are going to be proposing that the funding model that we are developing, it ensures that the regulator is self-sustainable and has a long-term financial viability. It will also ensure that the regulator is able to fund its own structure in future. It will also assist that the regulator will have presence across the country and therefore accessible by the majority of the South African citizens. And then in summary, in terms of the areas that we have identified, except for the allocated funding, which is our number one, we have identified that if we can actually charge an annual renewable registration fee to information officers, it will be our income generating stream. And then the second stream, we have realized that by issuing funds, fines, and collecting fees, we will also generate another revenue stream. And we would propose and request that we retain the revenue that is generated for sustainability of the regulator. And then we are also have identified that we can actually impose penalties for non-compliance to our legislations, both PAIA and POPIA. And then we've also identified that we can also impose fees in the areas where assessment is requested by the third party or by an entity, by a private sector, a private body. And then we've also identified that we can actually generate some income if we were to provide training on a recoverable basis. Just to expand on these matters more, so what we have done when we were analyzing our possible streams of income is that we have looked into our database of the currently registered information officers. In the private sector, we are currently sitting with a very low number, which is 329, and we do know that all organizations have information officers in the public space, and there is a whole lot more of public bodies that have not registered in our information officers database. And in the public sector, we have currently 40,964 information officers that are registered. So if we can be allowed to charge an annual renewable fee for all the information officers, it can sustain the regulator in terms of its financial viability in future. And just to expand on imposing the fees on the public and private bodies, POPIA already has that provision. It's just that it will require that we amend POPIA in order for us to be able to implement it immediately upon the finding. But in terms of PAIA will have to be amended in order for it to be able to generate the fees or impose the fees on non-compliance of PAIA. So then in terms of the regulator retaining a percentage of the total fees or the fines imposed, we do understand that probably the revenue or National Treasury might want to keep a percentage of this revenue, but we are proposing that the regulator be allowed to keep a particular percentage, which will be determined by the Minister of Finance. And we are also proposing that we charge fees on assessment upon request, especially by private bodies, because I think in our view and assessment is that they can afford it. And then we've also identified that training comes at a cost. Sometimes we have to travel to certain provinces in order for us to provide this training. So if we can recover certain costs, we will be able to actually generate some of the income back or even return some of the expenditure back into our fund so that we can sustain ourselves in future. So we are proposing that the funding model, we take cognizance of the fact that it will require amendments in terms of the legislation of both POPIA and PAIA, and that might take a lot of time. So we are proposing that whilst we are busy with the amendments of both the legislation, which will take time, maybe we can be supported to request National Treasury to issue an instruction note in terms of Section 76(4)(g) of the PFMA. In that way, it will assist us to implement the proposed funding model as soon as possible. So in terms of the progress on where we are, since we were scheduled as entity, Schedule 3A public entity, we are at the point where we have written a letter to DOJ indicating to them that we are aware that we are no longer going to be part of them from the 31st of March. So we have subsequently established a listing transition project team to oversee the process between both entities, the Department of Justice and ourselves. And then we have also, like we have indicated, we are busy developing our funding model to augment our current funding. And then we have since also communicated with National Treasury to open our bank accounts, and we are in the process of opening the bank accounts. And in terms of setting up the correct budget structure, which is in alignment to the Treasury guidelines, there are technical guidelines that inform the structures of the 3A schedule entities. We have indicated the type of structures that we would actually prefer and the four programs that we have proposed. A letter to this effect has also been written to Treasury, and the baseline is being reconfigured as we speak. And then we are also conducting benchmark with the other similar Schedule 3A public entities, the focal point being on the financial systems and the procurement systems, so that we don't waste resources by procuring systems that are not compatible to our business. And I will stop here, Chairperson, and with your permission, hand over to the acting CEO to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zulu. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members, we would like to profusely apologize. We know that we went over the 40 minutes that was allocated to us, but we were of the view that this information is really essential in you as a committee exercising your oversight function. So with that said, Chairperson, our request is for you and the members, the honorable members, to note the performance of the Information Regulator for the 2023 and 2024 financial year, and for the 2024-2025 quarter 1 and 2 performance. The other colleagues are available, and if where clarity is needed, Honorable Chairperson and members, we will provide the necessary clarity. Thank you very much, Re Leboga. high cancer. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO, and thank you very much, Chair, and the delegation from the Information Regulator. We'll only accept the apology for surpassing the time set for you because you have registered at least a number of overachievements. That's the only condition that we are forgiving you for surpassing time. Members, can we, by show of hands, indicate if you want to make a comment or want to ask a question? I see only Honorable Glober. But why is it appearing like this? Honorable Glober, you can come.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to just say thank you for the comprehensive report. And as mentioned by the Chair, it's really good to see some of the overachievements. I totally concur. While the report does look good in all intents and purposes, I do obviously have some questions of clarity. Chairperson, the one thing I do want to just discuss firstly is if I understood the CFO correctly with that report of the problems with CETA again, it seems to be rearing its head. And it's seriously a big problem that needs to be attended to, I think, within this community, in this committee, as well as every institution independently. Because, I mean, it's affecting service delivery and it's skewing the financials, as far as I can understand, and I hope I'm understanding it correctly. And Chairperson, it was alluded that the Minister of Treasury committed to an increase over the funding of the period to come. And with the trajectory of cuts recently announced, it does seem a little ambitious, considering the country's economic and fiscal situation. However, I definitely welcome the attempt and vision to become more self-sustainable, which would have no doubt some reprieve on a constrained economy and ultimately easing the burden on the taxpayer. Chairperson, the Information Regulator only reflects certain things in percentages, and it does cause some confusion in terms of the number of cases or complaints. The specific one I'm referring to is percentage of complex complaints and simple complaints. Is percentages but no numbers, and if that was just added there in addition to the percentages, it will just create some clarity on the amount of cases that were dealt with. The following enforcement action in respect of the POPI Act on the previous financial year, the regulator issued an enforcement notice against SAPS for the distribution of personal information of the victims of sexual assault in the Krugersdorp area. It then reported SAPS has complied with the enforcement notice and the matter was then closed. However, in the new matters, we see again that personal information was shared. I don't know if I should divulge the information, but there was certain information that was released on WhatsApp in the 23 year. It's sensitive crime reports. The regulator said it was considering measures to be taken against SAPS for the continued transgression of the POPI requirements. Why is this a consideration, not rather an implementation, seeing that the infringement has occurred again? I would just like to find out the progress of the listing transition project team in terms of the 12-month plan from the 24th of March. This is in terms of designating the transition program covering aspects of the financial administration, human resources, policy and procedures, government processes, and so forth. Chairperson, many departments are facing financial strain and budget cuts, overspending, debt recovery issues, etc. Enforcement notices are binding, but they are getting challenged by departments and bodies, as alluded to. The department alluded to litigation matters, which also obviously places a strain on their budget. How many litigation matters is the institution facing currently in terms of the infringement notices being taken to court? And has the institution appointed a panel of attorneys for the regulator 30th of June 2024? Chair, the regulator received 500 notifications of data breaches or security incidents. However, in the 23-24 financial year, the number increased to 1,700. So that's the 22-23 to the 23-24 year. That's about triple the amount. And what is being done to curb this, Chairperson? The one thing that's concerning is the regulator also reported that in many instances, it's not informed of data breaches, and they hear about it in the media. And if they're not informed about the data breaches, are the victims also being informed or not? Lastly, Chair, just to close off, I really don't want to ramble. 853 organs of state, including Parliament, national government departments, provincial government departments, municipalities, state-owned enterprises, TVET colleges and universities are part of this. It's concerning that only 33% of them submitted the prior reports, and this is a legislative requirement. What action is the regulator taking to ensure compliance from these 853 organs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think there's a very important stakeholder that we ought to forget, particularly in our meetings. Is the public. The public is actually watching to understand what is happening with the information regulator. So if you can just make a short differentiation for the benefit of the public on what constitutes a complex complaint and what constitutes a simple complaint, just for the benefit of the public. So one issue is the issue with the SITA. Honorable Klopper is correct. We are not the only entity that has got problems with SITA. It does look like many entities are being frustrated by SITA. But can you define to us the nature of the problem? I don't really think that I got the nature of the problem. The last is the issue relating to I think Honorable Klopper touched on it relating to litigation, mentioned WhatsApp in some departments of the state. So I want to check, how do you secure legal services? Are you using state attorney, or you procure them from the coffers of the information regulator? You can proceed with answers and comments to those matters.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Maybe I'll defer to the chairperson first of the regulator, and then I'll come in after the chairperson.
I mean, we know the issues. The others have been comments. The SITA issue will be the CFO. She'll deal with the SITA issue, and also the progress on the listing transition plan. And Advocate Wikanyo, I'm sure you have taken note of all the percentages. What do they relate to in terms of numbers, data breaches, what is being done, what happens? Maybe what I need to say only is about PAIA. The question that was asked, only 33% complied with the submission of PAIA reports, and what is it that we've done? In the presentation that we made, we said that we needed to amend PAIA because PAIA does not have sanctions for non-compliance. Even after we conduct an assessment, if we find that there is no compliance, we can only persuade the private body or public body to comply. Whereas in POPIA, if we conduct an assessment and we find that there's non-compliance, then the assessment report is equivalent to an enforcement notice. So that is why we have identified the amendment of PAIA as one of the strategic issues that we have to look at. But the rest of that, I'll ask the colleagues to add. Litigation, let me start with Mr. Jansen. Can you talk about litigation? How many cases do we have? And how do we secure legal services? And preface that by saying myself as the chair on behalf of the regulator that we depart from the premise that says we don't employ people to be post officers, to be post boxes. We have to do the preliminary work before we engage either an attorney or an advocate for litigation. So that's the decision that we've taken as members, that we employ people to do the actual work. So the preliminary work will be done by us internally before we go outside. But Mr. Johnson, can you please provide the information that has been requested? And please switch on your mic as you do that.
Yes, good afternoon, the Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee, and the Chairperson and members of the Information Regulator. My name is Jaco Jansen. I'm the Chief Legal Officer of the Information Regulator. To answer the questions as raised by the Honourable Mr. Klopper, first of all, the Information Regulator has established its own panel of attorneys now. We are arranging for signature of the service level agreements to confirm those attorneys, but the panel has been established. So that panel will, of course, assist the Information Regulator in procuring legal services, especially in complicated and high-profile matters. Regarding the litigation matters that we currently have at hand, we have between 5 and 6 matters of purely litigation, of a litigation matter. To answer the Honourable Mr. Klopper's question on how many matters have been taken on review relating to infringement notices, we only have one at this stage, which is the DOJ matter. I hope that answers the questions. Thank you very much.
You should also say the 5 ones that are on review.
Apologies, Chair. So we have a few other, of course, very high profile matters. Very recently, we were served with papers by the American company WhatsApp. Of course, that was an enforcement notice that was issued by the Information Regulator during September. And WhatsApp have now served us with papers. We are considering the papers, and of course, we will make an internal decision on how to proceed with the matter. Then we also have other matters that flow from the Bahia division. For example, we have a matter in the Durban High Court, the matter of Palisanani. It deals with an application for condemnation that was submitted to the regulator and was denied by us because the basis upon which the applicant relied was incorrect. Then we also have the matter of Hardwick, the music royalty matters, but that matter has now been resolved, and we are just finalizing the issuing of who's responsible to pay the legal costs. Then we also have a few other matters, such as where a party has requested us to look into a complaint that was submitted to us, but that matter we are trying to resolve out of court, and we have a meeting actually tomorrow on that matter to try and resolve that matter. I think I've covered.
Let me assist you, so that we don't waste time.
Thank you, Chair.
There's WhatsApp, the State Security Agency. WhatsApp is a POPIA matter. State Security Agency, it's a PAIA matter, access to information. Department of Fisheries and Forestry and Environment, it is a PAIA matter. And then we have the Battlestop municipality, which is, it's not a municipality. Battlestop is also a PAIA matter. As far as I remember, those are the ones that are before us, where we have where the enforcement notices are being challenged, and of course DOJ for challenging the infringement notice that we have issued. Thanks a lot. And maybe I can also answer the SSA, SAPS, and Mr. Advocate Bukanyo will come in. As far as that is concerned, yes, we issued an enforcement notice which was complied with a year ago, but there is currently a matter that is under investigation, and Advocate Bukanyo will give update on that. Thank you, Chairperson of the committee.
Chairperson of the committee, with your indulgence. Chairperson, the Chairperson of the regulator is quite correct. There is a second subs matter. And Honorable Klopper, if you, with your indulgence, because the matter is still sub judice and before the Enforcement Committee, I'm not going to provide a lot of detail relating to this matter, but you are correct. It is essentially along the facts are essentially what they were in the previous subs matter. And you would remember that when we issued the enforcement notice in the first subs matter, the enforcement notice required that subs must have a policy in place that was going to ensure that it would not experience a similar security compromise. Now, when the members looked at the report that had been provided by the South African Police Services in relation to this, there was a policy in place, but the issue at hand is whether that policy now, in view of this second security compromise that has now been experienced, whether the policy that was put in place was of such a nature that it would then prevent a security compromise in future. And these are some of the things that would be canvassed before the Enforcement Committee, and I do not want to get into the details relating to that. But subs had substantially complied with the first enforcement notice. And there are a number of findings that we have made, which unfortunately, Mr. Klopper, I'm not going to go into with your indulgence and the other members. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, you asked a question relating to the distinction between complex and simple complaints. And really the distinction is the following. With simple complaints, what the regulator does is to endeavor to finalize these complaints within a period of 3 months. And these are, because you would understand, and the members, the honorable members would then understand that when you get these complaints, they are not the same in terms of the work that goes into the investigation. For instance, we have a major complaints that we're investigating. We have one of them being a complaint relating to the South African National Defence Force. We have complaints against Vuma Camp that the members may have read about. And there are other matters that require quite a lot of work. So what we do is that as a first point of trying to resolve the matter, we go into a conciliation and see, on the basis of the nature of the complaint that we would have received, as to whether we cannot conciliate and we cannot finalize it also within a period of 3 months. And if it requires additional investigation that is complex and that is really detailed, then it is categorized as a complex complaint, and there's quite a lot of work that will then go into it. Our target would then be for it to be finalized within a period of 12 months. The Honorable Member Klopper asked us about the numbers, and unfortunately, Mr. Klopper, Honorable Klopper, apologies. With our reporting, we have just been reporting over the years insofar as the percentages are concerned, and we apologize and we'll remedy this in the next report when we are before Parliament. But just to give you a sense, Honorable Member, of the numbers that we received. Insofar as our complaints are concerned, in the 2022-2023 financial year, we received 925 complaints. And in the year that preceded that, in the following year, we received 1,000, that would be the 2023-2024 financial year, we received 1,044 complaints. And to date, the number of complaints that we have received, this is for the 2024-2025 financial year, is 577. If I was to give you a sense of the security compromise that we have received, in 2022, it was 590, 2023, 1,727, 2024, 1,207, and this is just over a period of 6 months. Now, the chairperson of the regulator, Advocate Tlakula, has on a number of forums indicated the fact that these security compromises are really keeping us awake at night. The escalation in the number is really reflective of responsible party not possibly having adequate security measures to protect the personal information that is in their possession. But just in terms of what we are doing as a regulator when we receive this, we monitor the trends relating to these security compromises. And in certain instances, you would recall, and the members would possibly know that, the honorable members would possibly know that a security compromise would even be in an instance where if I, as Buikanya, was to send an email erroneously to somebody else that contains personal information, that is classified as personal information. And we monitor the trends with regard to the likelihood of this happening. There's a risk matrix that we adopt within the information regulator to ensure that we categorize this. And in an event where we pick up that there may be a problem with a particular responsible party due to the number of security compromises that we then receive, we then embark on an assessment in terms of Section 89, and we will then look at the measures, the security measures that particular responsible party has put in place. We are currently in the process with the assistance of the CIO of coming. We've looked at quite a number of jurisdictions, and with the assistance of the CIO, we're currently in the process of trying to come up with something that is going to, a system that is going to assist us so that some of these things that are done manually are not done manually. This would assist us with the load that we have and decrease some of the manual work, that the manual intervention that goes into dealing with these security compromises. But the work that we have also done within the Educom division, when the Educom division, in the presentation you picked up that the education division also goes out and provides training to responsible parties. And one of the things that we highlight is conformance or compliance with Section 19 under Condition 7 of POPIA, where we highlight the fact that the responsible parties must ensure that they have adequate security measures to ensure that they protect the personal information from unlawful access, amongst other things, as stipulated in Section 19 of POPIA. And that's as far as chairperson of the committee. That's as far as I can take this particular matter. If there's any additional information requested, I would field those questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I think insofar as security breaches are concerned, what else are we doing? I think our part, Honorable Klopper, is limited because the law says what we assess is the adequacy and the reasonableness of the security measures that have been put in place by a responsible party to secure the integrity and confidentiality of personal information on their in their possession or under their control. But there is a criminal element to it, which has to be dealt with in terms of the Cyber Crimes Act. And we are in the process of organizing a meeting with the Minister of Police to see how we can work together. Because, as you know, some of the security compromises are as a result of, extortions, money that has been requested and so on. And that is where the police come in. So we have to work very closely with them. And I'm hoping that they have also prioritized cybercrime as a matter that affects. In fact, South Africa ranks very, very high in terms of cyber criminality and data breaches. And the CSIR has done a very interesting study in that respect and how this affects the economy of South Africa. Advocate Weapon, I'm going to ask you to respond to the question if you're on. I hope you are online. If we have not been informed about the data breaches, what happens? And also, what consequence does that lead to as far as the regulator, as far as POPIA is concerned? Can you respond to that question, please, Advocate Weapon?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So, Chair, if the Information Regulator has not been informed about a security compromise that would constitute non-compliance with Section 22, and what then happens is that the Information Regulator will be able to issue, as part of its enforcement notice, a specific section which relates to the non-compliance in terms of Section 22, and the regulator could then ensure that within a specific time there is compliance with the provisions of POPIA which was contravened. And what is also very important to note is that the information regulator would allocate a specific time to have the
It looks like Advocate Weapon has a problem with his connection. Yes, can we proceed, Chair? He's frozen. Chair of the committee.
Yes, I can hear.
No, apologies, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I was just trying to weigh in so that I could just finalize what Advocate Weapon was saying. Essentially, if the data subject is not informed of the security compromise, this would be a contravention of Section 22(1) of the Protection of Personal Information Act. And when that enforcement notice is issued by the regulator, it will stipulate the timeframes within which we would expect the responsible party to comply with certain things relating to that notification. And in the event that the responsible party will not be complying with that, then an infringement notice will then be issued against the responsible party. That's the essence of what Advocate Weapon was articulated. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Zulu. Can you deal with define the problem with SITA and also deal with the listing transitional plan, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson. With regards to SITA, our challenge is twofold. The first issue is the timelines that were set in terms of the SLA of completion of the project. We procured the complaints management system in 2021, and in terms of the SLA, it was supposed to be delivered in 10 months. So in terms of the second fold of the problem, it's the budget. We know that the budget, in terms of the modified cash standard, it's valid for one financial year. So if we don't spend that particular budget in that financial year because of non-completion of the deliverables, then it means it has to be deferred to the following year, and it affects other commitments on the following year. So even now, they have completed the system, but the deliverables are not in line with our terms of reference. So which means they need to correct that. When they were deploying the system, I think the CIO can actually assist me in technically explaining this. When they concluded the system, they deployed it into their own website, which is difficult for the people who are raising complaints to access the system, because the system is supposed to be in the Information Regulator's website, such that when a complainant is lodging a complaint, they can easily access the system. So as it stands now, the system had to be decoupled at a cost, which is where now our dispute was raised, that they are incurring additional costs despite the fact that they have failed in delivering within the timeframes that they were requested to. We've lost 2 years of the budget, which we now subsequently have to request from National Treasury because we had to reprioritize it in order for us not to lose that budget. So our dispute is then in twofold. It's the fact that the deliverables are not in line with our terms of reference. And then secondly, we've lost an opportunity time, a cost opportunity in terms of utilizing the system, and we've lost the money that was allocated to that system. So we are at the point where we wanted to take over the system and complete it ourselves, but then we were realizing that the technologies that were utilized in the system are only SITA technologies, which are very difficult to access, and they cannot be actually used through Microsoft or cheaper systems. But through you, Chair, maybe the CIO can allude to the matter better, because now we will no longer be able to maintain that system because it's becoming very expensive for us to maintain it, and we've lost the opportunity cost of doing so. I don't know if I can pause here, Honorable Chair, and allow the CIO maybe to allude further to the technical matters of the complaints management system before I can move on to the transitional projects team, transitional project plan.
Chair of the meeting, Honorable Chair of the committee, can we give, are you allowing the CFO to briefly explain the technical aspects of the SITA problem?
Yes, yes, more
CIO?
IO, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and honorable members. So when SITA built the system, they built it as part of their e-services portal. As you all know, that SITA has an e-services portal that they run other government services on. This meant that when users want to register complaints with the Information Regulator, they would have to go through the SITA portal to do that. We made it clear on their side, from our side, that we paid for the system and it should be accessible from our website. So that's one of the issues that we had with SITA, and they've had to decouple the system from the SITA portal and make it available from our website. So that is completed, that has been done. But technically, so once we go live with the system, it comes with maintenance. And the way that it's built that currently only SITA can support it. So that's part of the challenges that we've been dealing with. As the CFO mentioned, we are looking into, we have approached the National Treasury to support us in this. And at this point, we have started the process to build the system internally so that we can maintain it going forward. So that is where we are, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
The listing transitional plan, CFO.
And thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. With regards to the listing project, we have actually developed a project plan. It has 5 work streams, which actually look into all the aspects of what we need to take into cognizance as we transition as a Schedule 3A. The legal stream is the stream that actually looks into the funding model. It looks at the MOUs that we are going to get into between ourselves and the DOJ. We take cognizance of the fact that there are certain transactions which will lag behind, and we will be expected to deal with that in terms of the MOU, such as the transfer of human resources, transfer of assets. Our assets are still labeled as the Department of Justice, so we will be dealing with that through the MOU so that we can deal with the audit issues. So the second stream is the resources stream, which is the stream that deals with the budget. It deals with the banking, it deals with the systems. We can actually share the project plan with the honorable members if it is required. So we are looking at all the issues of compliance in that stream, as well as all the financial matters in terms of the configuration of the budget structure and creating of the cost centers within the regulator. And then the third stream is the stream of communication. And the communication stream, it communicates with our stakeholders externally and internally. And it also deals with change management. So that the staff of the regulator is aware of the milestones and where we are, and then they don't panic in terms of seeing that there's going to be transfer of staff, thinking that they are losing their jobs. So communication is key in terms of the change management. And the other stream is the stream that deals with the policies and the governance matters, on how far we have progressed with the policies of being an independent and the policies that are designed to deal with the generally recognized accounting practices. So that stream is headed by the Executive Corporate Services. It makes sure that we are progressing in terms of developing SOPs as well as our own policies. And then the last stream is the stream which deals with the audit matters, the compliance stream. It actually looks into the audit committee, the formation of the audit committee. We've appointed already at pro bono at this stage, and we do understand that the auditors and the audit committee and risk members are not going to be pro bono for long, but for 2 years we have managed to appoint those. So that stream looks into those governance matters that they are taken care of. So we can share the full project plan. It's different executives lead different streams, and we liaise with different stakeholders, including the benchmarking exercises. So I think in summary, Chair, that is where we are with the a transitional listing project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have dealt with all the questions. Safe to say that if you so desire, we can submit the listing transitional plan to you. And I think we also have to do justice to the number of complaints that we receive and give you actual numbers and not percentages for both Popia and Payet, the number of those that have been settled, the number of those outstanding. I commit that we'll also submit that information in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to all the commissioners and the executives from the Information Regulator. I think it is important that we congratulate you on having been listed, and of course, I agree with you, Chairperson Tlakula, that we would actually be awaiting a return update on the listing, the transitional process. We saw that it is until the 31st of March 2025 that you'd be fully listed as an independent entity. Of course, that comes with its own challenges, and of course, we are going to be in constant contact with you to ensure that the necessary support is provided to you. Sorry, a minute. Apologies, members. We note with keen interest the issue relating to the lacuna in law, which relates to both Paya and Popia. So we'll request that working with the department, you will be able to do a draft bill so that we look on it and ensure that we are processing the amendments so that we make it faster. Because the more it is taking time, the more it is withholding you from doing one of the things. You know that you require assistance from us or support from us to engage the National Treasury to ensure that they issue an instruction. In the meantime, that you are still dealing with issues relating to the listing, because we understand any amendment in law or any enaction of a legislation takes its own time, and it may hamper your progress in some of the things. So that's quite noted. And the issue relating to the 10% of the research document that speaks on people knowing their right to privacy is quite concerning, because a lot of people would actually be violated on the basis that they are not aware that they are violated. So we know that, but you're not the only entity that is supposed to be rolling out education programs. We've just had a meeting now with the Human Rights Commission to that effect, and we've spoken very broadly as it relates to their actual access and visibility, so as to educate people more on what their rights are. But we note and appreciate the effort that the information regulator is doing in ensuring that you run awareness across the country. We have had serious problems with court modernization and digitization. And the central contributor to that is the same SETA that you are complaining about. So it does look that the SETA-related problems are expanding. So we really are going to look at it and ensure that we're able to give support where necessary, particularly if it goes to an extent of having you incurring an underspending that is close to or over 11 million rand. So it is quite concerning. The issue relating to forward funding, we've had sessions with the entities that report to the committee, and we've established a principle that says we are going to ensure that entities reporting to the committee are supported in terms of budget review. But part of what will be a contributing factor to that, and part of what is going to determine how we move forward with regard to that, is how they have spent. And I can safely say, with the information regulator, the information regulator has performed well, and it has actually used its budget accordingly, except of course the issue relating to SETA and stuff. So we're going to formulate reports that we're going to submit to the House very soon as the programming committee determines. Then we'll be able to brief you, Chairperson, of what we would have agreed upon as the committee, what we would have adopted as a committee program as it relates to your baseline, and the support you request from the committee in terms of ensuring that the budget baseline is increased from 100 million to more than 130 million rands. So we're going to look at it so that at least we give you the necessary support. And all the best, Chair, as you'll be busy with the process of re-overhauling the entire organization to suit the standards of the listing process. So, but we'll be here whenever you require any support from the legislative arm of government. We'll be here and we'll provide the necessary support. With those words, thank you very much, Chairperson, the commissioners, I mean the members of the Information Regulator and the executives that have come here. Indeed, we're impressed with the work that has been done. You can just only improve where a need arises. We note all the issues that you have raised with us. Indeed, we're going to take consideration of those matters. Members, that thank you very much. It's been a long day. It's been a long week for us, but we have not lost energy. We keep on engaging these annual reports and performance reports with a keen interest and a keen understanding, of course, on behalf of the people of South Africa. So thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, members. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.